Hi, Beth.
Yes, Beth.
Hey guys! You ready to go?
I'm super ready.
Yeah, see you there.
I'm on my way.
It takes months to make ulos.
Inulos mo yan kaya mamumagkinay
This is the famous Tortor dance. Look at the stunning Holborn Hills. Wow. The fact is, Danau Toba is the biggest caldera lake in the world. So it needs more than just a day to travel here. You have to prove it and see for yourself.
I'm in Jakarta! Modern city! You know guys, Jakarta has 47 museums that you can visit. Now, I'm going to meet my friend. Wow. This mask, they believe can fight them from bad things.
Guys, I'm in Malioboro Street. I'm trying to do batik here. Guys, it's called Wayang Kuli, UNESCO World Heritage. Friendly people.
Here I am! Labuan Bajo! Look at this view! Oh, it's so beautiful. The Komodo, the last real dragon on Earth. Enjoying this beautiful morning. Let's find our world-class underwater paradise. Hey, turtle! Who doesn't want to roll around in this pink cotton candy sand? It's the cleanest village in the world.
Let's take a selfie.
Shopping time!
Oh, wow. That must be beautiful. Oh my god. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah bisa mengikuti. Jadi saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Komandan STTAL atas undangannya, Pak Bambang Rianto.
Siap, Mujin. Selamat pagi, Mujin, Bapak. Terima kasih atas waktu dan perhatian Bapak, Mujin. Selamat datang di webinar STTAL, Mujin, Bapak.
Ya, morning, Mr. Jeff Green. Thank you. You are welcome.
Morning.
Ya.
Dokter.
Selamat pagi, Bapak-bapak. Saya dari Polimarin. Perkenalkan, Prof.
Alhamdulillah, ya.
Bapak moderator dan Komandan STTAL. Terima kasih sudah bisa join. Good morning, Mr. Jeff Klein. How are you today?
Very fine, thank you.
Oke. Ya, alhamdulillah. Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
Selamat pagi, Mujin, Bapak-bapak. Good morning, all participants. At this moment, we're still waiting for some officials to be arrived. So please bear with me. I'll start the event, today's event, as soon as possible. We are ready now. We just have to wait for some officials to be present. Thank you so much. Please bear with me, sir.
Yeah.
Udah nyala. Udah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, may peace be upon us all. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 5th International Conference of Maritime Science and Technology, or ICMST 2021, conducted by Indonesian Naval Technology College. Due to the unfortunate circumstances because of the global COVID-19 pandemic, this is the second time for us to run the annual conference online in the form of a web seminar. This web seminar is also being broadcasted live as well as recorded on our YouTube channel. My name is Priyadi Hartoko. I will guide you through the series of the event. Please be advised that we also support the Indonesian government's campaign to break the chain of coronavirus infections. Hence, we conduct this seminar by following the recommended health protocols. Since the restrictions are still in place, we would like to suggest all participants to practice the health protocols in a disciplined manner. We wish you all safe and healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, to keep our webinar in order and beneficial for everyone, please be advised to, first, mute the microphone and turn on the camera during the event. Second, in the question and answer session, participants should deliver the questions by raise hand feature, and our team will put the participant to the highlight to deliver the questions. Question can also be delivered to the chat feature, and I will read it on your behalf. 3, please deliver the questions by first mentioning your name and institution of origin. I would also like to give you a kind reminder that in order to get the conference's e-certificate, all participants are required to re-register through the link given in the chat feature by the end of the seminar. Should the participant wants to use the virtual background, it is also available on our chat feature. I'll repeat it in Indonesia. Bagi para peserta seminar yang berkenan untuk mendapatkan e-sertifikat, maka di akhir seminar akan kita berikan link untuk melaksanakan registrasi ulang untuk mendapatkan e-certificate. Bagi peserta yang ingin menggunakan virtual background, kita sediakan di fitur chat Zoom ini. The honorable officials, speakers, and participants, allow me to deliver the rundown of today's event. First is the preamble and welcome remarks. Second is the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. 3, prayer. 4, photo session. 5th, the executive remarks from the commander of the Indonesian Naval Technology College. 6, the keynote speech delivered by the Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Navy. 7th will be the first speech, use of analysis in maritime security, delivered by Professor Jeffrey Klein. And the second one is from nano to sub-nano, self-assembled nanodot and catalyst by DA Professor Miftahul Huda. Third speech about defense research as an instrument of national power by Professor Paul Madison. Fourth will be the underwater robot for ocean exploration and surveillance by Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono. And the last but not least is the conclusion and closing remarks. Please be advised that question and answer session will be held after each speech. Ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings to our guests of honor. The Honorable Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Navy, Admiral Yudo Margono, SEMM. The Honorable Speakers, Director of Defense Research Institute, University of New South Wales, Australia, Admiral Retired Professor Paul Madison, Director of Naval Warfare Studies Institute, Naval Postgraduate School, Monterey, California, Captain USN Retired Professor Jeffrey Klein, Director of Advanced Robotics Laboratory and one of the founders of Artificial Intelligence Center, Bandung Institute of Technology, Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono, sub-nanomaterial expert and one of the fellows in IRETO project, Nagoya University, Japan, DA Professor Miftahul Huda. The Honorable Rector of Hang Tuah University, Rear Admiral Retired Professor Dr. Insinyus Supatono MM Chikar, and the Honorable Mr. Jitendra Kumar Ocha, Geopolitics, Governance, and National Security Expert. On this occasion, we would like to thank the Commander of the Indonesian Naval Technology College, dear Commodore Dr. Insinyur Avando Bastari MPhil, for making this event possible. We would also like to thank the host and the steering committee of the conference, the Director of System Analysis and Operation Research Postgraduate Study of the Indonesian Naval Technology College, Captain Dr. Sutrisno MT, whose team has been working so hard to prepare this annual event. The honorable officials, speaker, and participants, as the national anthem Indonesia Raya will be played, please stand up. Thank you. Please be seated. To start today's event, I would like to invite all seminar participants to have a moment of silence to praise God Almighty for His blessings. So we are present in today's seminar. Pray to begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, on this vibrant and wonderful occasion, let us capture this moment by doing a photo shoot together. Please turn on your cameras for our photo session to ensure that everyone is visible on the screen. I will count to 3. 1, 2, and 3. One more. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure that we have taken lovely pictures. Dear seminar speakers and participants, without further ado, I would like to invite the commander of the Indonesian Naval Technology College, dear Commodore Dr. Insinyur Avando Basari MPhil, to deliver the opening remarks for the seminar. Commodore Dr. Avando Basari has served as the commander of Indonesian Naval Technology College since 26 July 2017. During his leadership period, there have been 400 officers and non-commissioned officers from 3 services and the National Police graduated from the college. They consisted of 74 Magister graduates, 152 Bachelor graduates, and 174 Diploma graduates. Commodore Dr. Avando got his doctorate in National Defense from the University of Brawijaya with high distinction. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Commodore Dr. Insinyur Avando Basari MPhil.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My peace be upon us as of all. the Honorable Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Navy, Admiral Yudo Margono, SEMM, the Honorable Speakers, Director of University of New South Wales, Australia's Defence Research Institute, Vice Admiral Retired Professor Paul Madison, Director of Naval Postgraduate School, Naval Warfare Study Institute, Captain U.S. Navy Retired Professor Jeffrey Klein, Director of ITB Advanced Robotic Laboratory, Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono, Nagoya University, Japan's Erato Project Fellow, Designated Assistant, Professor Miftahul Huda, the Honorable Rector of Hang Tuah University, Rear Admiral Retired Professor Dr. Insinyur Supartono MM, the Honorable Mr. Jitendra Kumar, Oja, distinguished civilian and military official, guests, and seminar participants. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to greet you a warm welcome to the 5th series of the International Conference on Maritime Science and Technology. Due to the outbreak of the global COVID-19 pandemic, this year's conference has to be conducted online. Although we are in the middle of the pandemic, it doesn't hold us back. Thanks to the advancement of science and technology, the Indonesian Naval Technology College remain able to conduct the annual International Conference on Maritime Science and Technology this year through a web seminar system. The system allows us to have this seminar and invite experts from other parts of the world to share their knowledge without leaving our office and our home. That said, distance and time difference among all of us are not considered as hindrance for us to gather here for this remarkable occasion. Honorable audience, Indonesia is the largest maritime country in the world, with 2/3 of its region consists of ocean and seas. The waters undoubtedly hold a large number of unexplored resources. The management of the maritime resources and their development require an advanced strategy, excellent human resources, and the implementation of science and technology. The implementation of maritime development also connect to other aspects of nation life, namely politics, economy, social culture, and defense security. Besides that, the increasing rate of the complex and developing strategic environment at the regional and international level, especially in the field of national maritime, requires a critical thinking and studies to increase the potential of the national maritime system can be applied in the region for a better future. Excuse me. Indonesian Naval Technology College called the environmental challenge to opportunity well by hosting the annual conference for the last 5 years. We believe that within the complexity of the growing strategic environment, critical thought and assessment are needed to boost the maritime potential resources to become an operational strategy that can be applied in the region for a better future. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this great moment, I would like to thank the Chief of Staff of the Indonesian, Admiral Yudo Margono, SEMM, for his attention and given time as the keynote speaker for this conference. I would also like to thank this year's conference speakers for sharing their knowledge and experiences, as well as their valuable insight which are about to be delivered in this conference. I would like also to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to all conferences steering committee who have been working hard in organizing this event. To all distinguished guests and all participants, I would also like to thank for your participation in this event, which is expected to create vividness to the discussion and provide positive feedback to the maritime development. At this excellent occasion, I'm humbled to invite the Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Navy, Admiral Yudo Margono, SEMM, to deliver his keynote speech and enlighten us with his valuable insight and wisdom. Finally, may the God Almighty blessings always bestowed upon us in our journey to dedicate ourselves to our respective nation and countries. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Dharma Vidya Niguna. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Commodore Dr. Insinyur Afando Basari MPhil, for your executive remarks. From the speech that you just delivered, I can highlight some important points, which are that first one, that maritime development is an effort to improve all aspects of society in the maritime sectors and a process of the entire resources administration of the marine system to reach our goals. Maritime development also includes elements of politics, economy, socio-culture, and defense security. The second highlight that I can get from the speech is that a complex and developing strategic environment at the regional and international level requires critical thinking and studies to adapt and increase the potential for maritime development. And the last highlight that I can get is that this conference has been held to answer the mentioned challenges, to collaborate and unite ideas and critical thinking for better policies and strategy in maritime development. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move forward to the main session of today's web seminar, which is the keynote speech from the Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Navy and other speeches from the experts. The first speech will be delivered by our keynote speaker, the Honorable Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Navy, Admiral Yudo Margono, SEMM. Admiral Yudo Margono is a high-ranked Indonesian Navy officer who served as the 27th Chief of Staff since 20th May 2020. Admiral Yudo graduated from the Indonesian Naval Academy in 1988 and has engraved many achievements during his career. Before his current position, he served as one of the commander of the Joint Regional Defense Command and the commander of Western Fleet Command. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome the Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Navy, Admiral Yudo Margono, SEMM. The room is yours, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu. Yang saya hormati Komandan STTAL beserta staf, yang saya hormati para narasumber seminar internasional STTAL tahun 2021, yang saya banggakan para peserta didik mahasiswa pasca sarjana STTAL serta perwakilan mahasiswa perguruan tinggi mitra di Surabaya. Hadirin dan undangan yang berbahagia. Mengawali acara ini, atas nama keluarga besar TNI Angkatan Laut, saya menyampaikan penghargaan yang tinggi atas terselenggaranya acara Seminar Internasional STTAL tahun 2021. Acara seminar ini sangat relevan dengan upaya pemerintah untuk menjadikan Indonesia sebagai poros maritim dunia. Kebijakan yang sangat brilian dari pemerintah dalam mengubah mindset anak bangsa dari yang berbasis teritorial atau land-based menjadi ocean-based, berbasis maritim, merupakan langkah yang sangat tepat karena sektor maritim memiliki peran yang sangat sentral dalam mendukung pembangunan nasional. Kita menyadari bersama bahwa kondisi dinamika lingkungan strategis di lingkup regional dan global senantiasa selalu berubah, serta dipengaruhi oleh laju perkembangan sains dan teknologi atau yang dikenal dengan nama kuantum teknologi. Laju perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi ini juga secara langsung berimplikasi terhadap peningkatan interaksi dalam bidang perekonomian. Di sisi lain, intensitas penggunaan laut sebagai media transportasi mengiringi pesatnya kegiatan perekonomian dunia sebagai sebuah interaksi yang mutual dari bangsa-bangsa yang ada di seluruh belahan dunia. Kondisi ini merupakan peluang sekaligus tantangan bagi bangsa kita, khususnya generasi muda. Para peserta seminar yang saya hormati, sebagai sebuah negara kepulauan yang telah diakui oleh dunia internasional berdasarkan ketetapan United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea tahun 1985, maka peran Indonesia dalam menjamin keamanan maritim merupakan suatu keniscayaan. Selanjutnya, kebijakan poros maritim dunia oleh pemerintah merupakan sebuah langkah yang sangat tepat bagi terciptanya kemakmuran bangsa, yang oleh karena itu harus didukung secara maksimal oleh segenap komponen bangsa, khususnya TNI Angkatan Laut sebagai komponen utama pertahanan negara. Konstelasi geografis Indonesia yang sangat strategis merupakan salah satu faktor pendukung dalam rangka pencapaian ekonomi berbasis maritim. Penting untuk memahami kebijakan politik negara saat ini, bahwa poros maritim dunia merupakan strategi negara yang mengkombinasikan maritim dari sisi geografis, serta poros yang mengandung makna politis. Di masa lalu, negara kita pernah mendeklarasikan program poros Jakarta-Peking. Hal ini tidak serta-merta sebagai sebuah gagasan tanpa makna, tetapi mengandung makna politis di kala itu. Sejarah mungkin berulang. Saat ini, perubahan konstelasi politik dunia membawa perubahan yang sangat signifikan terhadap arah kebijakan politik luar negeri negara-negara besar di dunia, dari Atlantis ke Indo-Pasifik. Bangkitnya Cina menjadi yang terbesar di Asia saat ini, yang diikuti dengan program One Belt One Road memaksa negara-negara berkembang untuk menyetujui kebijakan negaranya. Tindakan Cina dapat dipahami sebagai bentuk penjajahan gaya baru di era abad modern. Oleh karena itu, strategi balancing merupakan cara yang baik yang bisa dilakukan saat ini, selain upaya-upaya diplomatis yang dilaksanakan guna menciptakan perdamaian di kawasan Asia. Rebalancing strategi ini dapat dicapai dengan peningkatan kekuatan pertahanan yang harus secara dini disikapi dengan cara-cara yang inovatif melalui peningkatan sumber daya manusia seutuhnya. Harus kita sadari bahwa kekuatan pertahanan merupakan hal pokok bagi keberlangsungan sebuah negara. Di sisi lain, keamanan juga merupakan hal yang sangat penting untuk ditegakkan, baik dalam lingkup nasional, regional, dan global internasional. TNI Angkatan Laut sampai dengan saat ini tetap mengemban tugas dan tanggung jawab pertahanan dan keamanan ini lewat fungsinya sebagai kekuatan pertahanan, alat diplomasi negara, dan penegak hukum di laut. Hadirin dan undangan yang berbahagia, perlu kita sadari bersama bahwa di era yang penuh dengan kompleksitas ini, kekuatan pertahanan sebuah negara merupakan sebuah keniscayaan serta terukur dalam komponen konseptual, fisik, dan moral dengan faktor sumber daya manusia sebagai tulang punggungnya. Dengan demikian, sebagai tindak lanjut dari upaya tersebut, maka keunggulan sumber daya manusia TNI Angkatan Laut merupakan tuntutan yang sudah tidak dapat ditawar-tawar lagi. Fakta menunjukkan betapa pentingnya fungsi laut Indonesia bagi negara-negara lain menurut pemahaman sejarah dan filosofi serta pengamatan terhadap negara-negara maritim dunia yang dapat disimpulkan sebagai berikut. Pertama, laut sebagai media pemersatu bangsa. Konsep dasar wilayah negara kepulauan Indonesia telah diletakkan melalui Deklarasi Juanda 13 Desember 1967. Deklarasi tersebut telah melahirkan konsep wawasan Nusantara bukan sebagai pemisah, akan tetapi sebagai pemersatu bangsa Indonesia. Kedua, laut sebagai media perhubungan atau transportasi. Dalam konteks ini, laut merupakan jalan raya antar pulau dan kapal adalah sarana transportasi yang berfungsi untuk menghubungkan antara satu pulau dengan pulau yang lainnya. Konsep ini selaras dengan kebijakan pembangunan tol laut yang telah dicanangkan oleh pemerintah. Ketiga, laut sebagai media kesejahteraan atau penggalian sumber daya alam. Fungsi laut sebagai media kesejahteraan dipandang dari laut dan lingkungannya yang memiliki potensi yang dapat diolah dan dimanfaatkan sebesar-besarnya untuk kepentingan kesejahteraan rakyat. Keempat, laut sebagai media pertahanan keamanan. Fungsi laut sebagai media pertahanan keamanan ditinjau dari sisi perbatasan Indonesia dengan negara lain yang sebagian besar adalah berbatasan laut. Dengan memiliki batas laut yang sedemikian panjang dan luas, maka harus didukung dengan kekuatan angkatan laut yang kuat. Kelima, laut sebagai media membangun pengaruh. Laut selalu berhubungan dengan kepentingan nasional dan internasional. Kemampuan untuk mengelola dan menjamin keamanan dapat menjadi daya tawar bagi Indonesia, sekaligus daya tarik bagi bangsa lain untuk menjalin dan meningkatkan hubungan politik, ekonomi, maupun pertahanan keamanan sebagai sarana untuk menanamkan pengaruh Indonesia pada negara lain di komunitas internasional. Oleh sebab itu, mengingat akan arti pentingnya laut, maka pada acara seminar internasional kali ini sangat tepat jika mengangkat tema Empowering a Sustainable Maritime Strategic Development Through Crisis, Innovation, and Science. Hadirin dan undangan yang saya hormati, perjalanan menuju era Indonesia Emas tahun 2045 dipenuhi dengan potensi dan kesempatan bagi Indonesia untuk menjadi bangsa yang maju. Namun demikian, terdapat sederet tantangan yang harus dihadapi bangsa Indonesia, secara khusus dihadapkan dengan masuknya era revolusi industri 4.0 dan masyarakat 5.0. Kejayaan bangsa yang terbentang luas di depan merupakan harapan dari kita semua. Tidak ada hal lain yang harus kita kerjakan selain menggiatkan hal-hal yang bermanfaat bagi kemajuan bangsa. Pakar ekonomi maritim, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Rohmin Dahuri, mengatakan bahwa total potensi ekonomi dari 11 sektor kelautan Indonesia adalah 1.338 triliun US dollar per tahun. Angka ini setara dengan 5 kali lipat anggaran pendapatan dan belanja negara atau 1,3 produk domestik bruto nasional saat ini. Dapat dibayangkan betapa melimpahnya sumber daya alam yang kita miliki saat ini. Yang oleh karenanya kita jangan pernah beranggapan bahwa sumber daya alam ini tidak akan pernah habis. Perubahan iklim dunia, meningkatnya kebutuhan manusia, pencemaran alam, dan lain sebagainya merupakan faktor yang dapat mempercepat habisnya sumber daya alam hayati di tanah air kita. Oleh sebab itu, kita membutuhkan pemikiran-pemikiran yang inovatif guna mencari solusi dalam mempertahankan serta melestarikan anugerah yang telah Tuhan berikan atas tanah air kita. Selanjutnya, pada level strategis, kita membutuhkan strategi pembangunan maritim dalam menyikapi geostrategi negara kita. Kita harus bisa memanfaatkan sumber daya nasional guna mencapai tujuan nasional, mengedepankan penelitian, pengembangan, dan perekayasaan. Walaupun kita menyadari bersama bahwa anggaran untuk litbang yasa di negara kita masih terbilang jauh dari harapan. Berdasarkan data, negara kita merupakan yang terendah di Asia Tenggara untuk anggaran penelitian dan pengembangan. Situasi ini jangan dijadikan sebagai halangan untuk maju, tetapi justru sebagai cambuk bagi kita bahwa di tengah situasi seperti ini kita mampu. Harus kita buktikan bahwa TNI Angkatan Laut bisa. Para peserta seminar yang berbahagia, pemerintah telah menetapkan program penelitian, pengembangan, dan perekayasaan terkait dengan pertahanan. Oleh karena itu, selaras dengan kegiatan seminar ini, kiranya dapat menorehkan buah-buah pemikiran bagi pengembangan kekuatan pertahanan negara kita pada umumnya dan TNI Angkatan Laut pada khususnya. Ciptakan pemikiran yang strategis bagi pembangunan keamanan maritim untuk TNI Angkatan Laut yang profesional, modern, dan tangguh. Demikian keynote speech saya pada Seminar Internasional Pasca Sarjana STTAL tahun 2021 ini. Akhir kata, marilah kita senantiasa berdoa agar Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, Allah SWT, senantiasa melimpahkan kesehatan dan kekuatan, serta petunjuknya kepada kita sekalian dalam melaksanakan tugas dan pengabdian kepada Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia yang sangat kita cintai bersama. Demikian, terima kasih. Dharma Vidya Adiguna Jalaseva Jayamahe. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam.
Waalaikumsalam
Santi.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Admiral Margono. That was a wonderful speech. And allow me to highlight some key points from your speech, sir. I can highlight that you say that the capability of mastering cutting-edge maritime technology has become an absolute necessity to advance our grand maritime vision. You also say that the grand design in developing the capability and capacity of our maritime force should prioritize and includes the implementation of maritime science and technology. The other highlight that I can get is that the critical thinking and thoughts are needed to bring the maritime resources and flow them into a strategic operational level for the benefit of the nation. The other highlight that I can get is that our waters have to be treated as media to unify the nation, as media to connect our islands together, as resources for people's welfare, as media for defense and security, as well as media to build deterrence. Thank you so much, sir, for the enlightenment. In this wonderful occasion, I would like to greet one of the guests as well who just joined us today, the STTAL's alumni chief, Commodore retired Eden Gunawan. Mr. Gunawan, I would like to say welcome and thank you for joining us today in this event. I would also like to give kind reminder to all participants. Please turn off your microphone during the event and turn on your camera. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next schedule, we will be having speeches from 4 speakers. Our first one will be Professor Jeffrey Klein. Professor Klein is the Director of Naval Warfare Studies, Naval Warfare Studies Institute in Naval Postgraduate School, Monterey, California. He has had several tours in the United Navy, both at sea and shore once. His sea tours, including as the commanding officer of USS Aquila, commanding officer of USS Cushing, and deputy operation officer for the commander of the US Navy's 6th Fleet. While some of his short tours are as naval analyst at the Office of Secretary of Defense, and instructor in Naval Gunfire and Supporting Arms at Marine Corps Landing Force Training Command Pacific. As professor of practice in operation research at the Naval Postgraduate School, he teaches joint campaign analysis, executive risk assessment, and system analysis. His awards include the Superior Civilian Service Medal, the 2019 Informs J. Steinhardt Award for Lifetime Achievement in Military Operation Analysis, the 2007 Wayne E. Myers Award for Excellence in System Engineering Research, and the 2005 Northrop Grumman Award for Excellence in System Engineering. During his career in the U.S. Navy and Naval Postgraduate School, he has written many publications, articles, and patents. Dear audience, please join me to welcome Professor Jeffrey Klein.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. And I am honored to participate in this conference. I only wish that I could return to Surabaya and enjoy the wonderful hosts that I have received there before. This afternoon, I would like to address the applications of analysis in use in maritime security. And I'll do so through example. Some will be straight equations and very simple to understand, and some will be applications of our advanced optimization techniques called attack defender modeling, where we use game theoretic to help understand what the best opportunity for advising our commanders in deployment of their forces, given potential adversary actions as well. So with that, I'd like to share my slides and begin my presentation. Over the next 20 minutes or so, what I'd like to do is highlight how you can employ analysis in order to understand resource assignment, not just in operations, immediate operations, but also force design. What is important, what resources are required, but every Navy is constrained by the resources that we have that our nation gives us. So where should we invest in order to best safeguard those things that we value? So in order to prioritize objectives, to actually assign those resources, and to help progress meeting toward those objectives, we can use analysis to help inform the decision maker. Now, I want to stress something here to all my fellow analysts. We can't provide the answer. They can only be provided by the decision maker or the admiral. Excuse me for a moment. My spotlight went out. There's many different logics that go into a major military investment. There's political logic, there's economic logic, there's legal logic. Our job as analysts are to give to the commander that technical rational information that they need to make a wise decision. Well, here's some of the ways in which we can use analysis in itself. One, of course, is application is force structure development. That is what we need to build in order to fill those gaps that we may have. Also, force employment. So we use the very similar tools that we have to design our forces to actually understand how to employ them in different operations. This is a very simplistic systems analysis view of the discussions. In fact, what we value, I think the CNO just did a wonderful job demonstrating that the international community recognized that Indonesia is that maritime fulcrum. So Indonesia looks at what they value, and I think the value of the sea was simply presented or very well presented by the CNO. Then we think about what are the threats to those things that we value? What are our challenges to our economic exclusion zones? What are the challenges potentially from an adversary? How do we prioritize those threats against those things that we value? What resources do we have to apply against those? And then we come to the analytic part. That is, are those resources sufficient? Where do we have gaps? Where can we close those gaps, either by intelligently employing our forces or by building or investing in new forces to fill those? So that's the square that I'm going to focus on for the next 10 or 15 minutes. That is asking the question, do we have sufficient resources to answer a particular need or requirement? And I'm going to do this through example. But as we take a look to see if we have those sufficient resources or if there's gaps, we can also use those same tools to know how to better employ forces that we have to counter a potential threat. So the question we have is risk assessment. How much do we need? How much is acceptable? And do we have sufficient forces to fill those gaps? So let's go through an example that we might use some equations. We might use some simulations, some analysis or tools to understand that. But before we can do that, we have to ask our questions. How do we measure sufficiency? How do we measure whether we have enough or not? Well, we have to think of the metrics that we're going to weigh different alternatives against or with. Two of those can be broken into two broad categories. One is a threat-based capability. That is, the enemy or adversary to vote. That might be the number of incursions that they make based on what kind of force levels we have. It could be a probability of rate annihilation. If we have inbound missiles, what's the probability that we shoot them all down? Or we can take a look at capabilities-based metrics. How far can we go? How long can we search? What is our response time to be able to cover a particular area? How fast can we have platforms available to respond to certain crisis events? So these metrics that we use for planning can also be used in the operational world in order to assess our capabilities and how to employ them. We can use all kinds of different methods for assessment. Wargaming is frequently used in order to generate concepts of employment for our technologies, our platforms, and our sailors. We can use analytical models. I'm going to show you a search theory example, but all those other analytical, and I'm also going to show you optimization, but we can also use simulation in many different areas to be able to answer those questions, as well as things like systems dynamics. Systems dynamics is very valuable in order to better understand the system, the feedback loops of that system, and how we might be able to influence. So let's take a very simple example. And for those of you who are not familiar with search theory, I give you three equations. Two I will actually talk about because they bound the uncertainty associated with the problem itself. Let's assume that we have a destroyer or a frigate and it's searching in some area. How far and how long and how well it can search is determined by a W, how far its sweeps radar may be able to look, how fast it's going, how long it can stay on station, and the area that you expect it to search. So if with the speed of the platform, with the search width of the platform, with the time it will be searching, divided by the area is the proportion of search area that you can cover with that sensor. If we add the thought that there's a target in that area and it can be located anywhere at any random time, we get what's called the random search equation. And we just take that search coverage and we put it through an exponential, and the probability of that sensor being in the same location as the target, or a probability detection, is equal to 1 minus the exponential of that search area or total coverage area that we have. Let's put these to work. They're simple equations. You simply fill in the variables and get an answer, but get a quick answer. So let's say we're considering buying a new unmanned aerial vehicle. It's a small one. It's a tactical one, but we want to cover one of the straits, for example, of in Indonesia. And this particular aircraft only has a 0.1 nautical mile sweep width at operating altitude. It goes about 90 knots, as you can see, but it's got to cover a 50 nautical square mile area. Now, in order to employ our equations that I just went through, we have a coverage factor of speed, 90 knots, times its search width, 0.1 nautical mile. If its on station time is only an hour and a half, I divide that by 50 nautical square, that should be 50 squared. And I get to be about a quarter of the time, a quarter of the area that I can potentially cover. Likewise, if I take that coverage factor and take it through the random search, that is assuming a lower bound, the target can be anywhere in that 50 nautical square mile area, then again, I'm only covering or have a probability detection of 25%. That means that with a single aircraft for an hour and a half, I have a low probability detection. It may mean that if I'm going to buy this aircraft, I need more aircraft to be on station or accept a higher risk of missing my target. Now, there's lots of equations associated that you can apply quite quickly in this method. One is called the linear barrier search, and essentially it's a function of the barrier's length, which is D, the search area of your sensor, which is W, and then you can see it's a square root of the velocity of the searcher times the velocity of the target. So a barrier search assumes that you have a searcher going back and forth and that your target trying to break that barrier going at a certain speed U. This gives you a probability detection to help you design barriers so that you have sufficient coverage in a particular area. If you have an aircraft that spots a submarine periscope, for example, then in that case, and you're sending a destroyer out to refine that submarine, then we have an equation called the fleeing target equation. And essentially, it's an expanding area circle based on the time length of your destroyer with a function of how fast that destroyer is. And the final equation there is if I have one searcher at different areas to search, and I have some sort of probability that that target is in each of those areas, I can tell myself how long I need to search in the highest area of likelihood without finding something before I search to the other area. And if you're interested in any of these equations, I give you a reference into this presentation in naval operations analysis. So we can use these analytical tools to give us rough back of the envelope estimates of risk, of resources, and potentially designing our search methods and courses of action. We can also then take this to simulation. So let me give another practical example where I use simulation to understand how best to employ helicopters or how many helicopters I need in a particular environment. So let's say, for example, we could have 6 or more terrorist boats, we don't know how many, potentially start to try to go for an infrastructure or an at-sea platform that we're trying to protect. We have a choice of assigning 2 helicopters to this region, which means we can keep 1 airborne at all times, or 4 helicopters, which means we can put 2 helicopters airborne at all times. And we want to know what the difference of this is. Assigning 2 helicopters is expensive. Assigning 4 helicopters is more expensive. So we want to know what is sufficient and what level of risk for interception that I have. So I can build a simulation, first comparing 2 helicopters, then 4 helicopters with the terror boats itself. And I can use many different methods in order to do this. All the different types of simulations are listed there, or some categories. And what I'm going to do is assign boats and sensors, but I'm going to vary the number of helicopters to find out how many intercepts the enemy actually makes. Here I build a simple histogram, and I recommend a simple histogram when communicating with many senior officers who don't have an analytical background, because they're easy to understand and they clearly state and show risk. So in this case, with my 100 simulations with only 2 helicopters keeping 1 airborne, 72 out of 100 missions, I had 6 or more intercepts on those boats. If I have 4 helicopters, 96 out of 100 of my simulation missions, I had 6 or more intercepts, so that I was able to prevent that number of intercepts. So the question to the commander is, are they willing to accept a 30% risk of having 6 or more intercepts do they have to have a 5% risk? And that helps them understand what the impact of the number of helicopters they have. And I'm just going to go through this next aspect to make one major point. As a good analyst, we don't use just one method. You may use analytical methods, you may use simulation methods, you may use queuing theory. These particular charts show the difference between a high-speed maritime aircraft and a slow aircraft in defense of the Los Angeles, Long Beach port area. And you notice those different lines represent different modeling techniques that are used. Quite basically, from a commander's point of view, there's really no difference between a very expensive maritime patrol aircraft and a slow aircraft. What's most important is I need 3 boats to be able to intercept any threat coming into the port. The number of motor assets for maritime operational threat response is really code word for the number of ships capable of intercepting a potential threat coming into the LA Long Beach area. The point here is that the analysts didn't use just one method, they used several methods to communicate the major theme. That is, you don't need an expensive aircraft to search in this particular tactical environment, but the most important aspect is to have at least 3 interceptors. Now, my final tool that I would like to demonstrate is the use of optimization in something that was invented at NPS called attack defender modeling, in which we use game theoretics inside the optimization to better understand how to deploy assets. And I'll flip through these slides rather quickly, mainly so that we have time for information. But this particular problem was applied to semi-submersible self-propelled drug carriers coming from Latin America into Mexico and then on into the United States. The objective of this particular planner was where to apply assets in order to best be in a position to intercept the self-propelled, semi-submersible self-propelled vessels. So essentially what we did was break out the different search platforms, what could we assign and where we would assign it. We described their search capability, how many cells they can search. You see the probability of detection and classification. There is the search speed, its search width, etc. And all this depends really on wind speeds and wind depths themselves. We're able to take a look at the traffic in the area because that affects, of course, our search capability. We're able to plot that on top of our squares and our grids. We take a look at the winds and how they affect our search capability. A semi-submersible self-propelled is very difficult to see in high winds. We're able to take a look at water depth. Water depth affects acoustic capability. It also affects some of our fixed arrays and how do they employ them. And so the different colors demonstrates how good or how well our acoustic capabilities would be in each of these areas. Well, we combine all this into one general map, and then we allow our model to say, here's what this looks like for high potential search areas. Likewise, we assume that the adversary or the enemy also knows this. And so they pick a path which decreases their probability of detection. We then assign assets to try to maximize our probability of detection. Essentially, for the optimizers in the group, it's the shortest path problem, detection problem, where we're trying to, the semi-submersible self-propelled is trying to find the shortest path with the minimal probability of detection, whereas we are trying to increase their risk as much as possible. I give you a reference here, if you're interested in this, applied to a different mission area, which is ballistic missile defense. Finally, the solution looks like this. It's game theoretic. It gives you different weights or probabilities of where you should assign different assets. And if you're an operator, you would say, well, that completely makes sense. If I generally know where they're coming from, I'm going to put most of my assets where they're actually leaving. But it provides you search recommendations by platform and also provides you an overall classification of detection. Finally, what makes this model interesting, not just from an operational viewpoint, but a force structure viewpoint, is you can take out platforms one at a time and see how that changes the game, how that changes the search routine to find out for the overall probability detection. And so what you can see here is that I do not need to assign a very expensive submarine in this mission to try to find these semi-submersible self-propelled, because it really makes no difference. But I do certainly need a maritime patrol aircraft capability. Finally, I want to make this point, is that there are many tools to apply, and many of us are love or are experts at a particular tool. But as a good Navy analyst, as we apply analytics to maritime security, what we have to realize is that it's not about the tools, but about the problem. And we might want to use many different analytical tools in order to bound that uncertainty for the decision maker to help them make those decisions for either force structure or force employment. And with that, I've provided you some background readings if you're interested in learning more, and I will open it up for questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Klein. That's like really interesting material you delivered there. And thank you as well for letting us know the importance of analysis for maritime security. I'm pretty sure you have described clearly that analytics contributes not only in the present time when the potential risk needs to be assessed and how to allocate current forces to minimize it, but also is the contribution of analytics in the future development, where we can measure alternative capabilities so that we are able to build the structured method for force planning, create metrics for planning and monitoring perhaps, and realizing the gaps in the force structure that we need to fill. From your speech, I can also highlight that despite of the available tools, our focus needs to be on the problem itself. Hence, doing so, we can make proper decisions based on the relevant information that we get. And Professor Klein, after the presentation, I'm sure that there are some participants who are excited to deliver some questions. Would you like to have several questions at once, or would you like to deliver like the question delivered like one by one? This advice.
Let's do it one by one, please.
Oh, I see. All right. So in that case, for all participants, I will repeat once again that the question and answer session will be held after each of the speech. And to do so, to deliver your questions, please use the raise your hands feature on the Zoom, or you can give your question as well in the chat feature of our Zoom conference. In that way that I can read the question on your behalf. So I'll check, Professor. If you don't mind, please bear with me. Is there any participant that already raised the hands, or probably in the chat feature? Okay. While we're waiting, Professor, I'm curious actually, like, what should we do in planning those kind of capabilities? I mean, like, how long the terms would be for us to like planning the, let's say, the development of our forces? Is it has to be in a long term, say for like 40 or 50 years, or should it be planned like probably in shorter terms, in terms of like 5 or 10 years? Which one is best? And probably you can let us know like what's the advantage and disadvantage of doing those kind of long and short terms planning, Professor.
I can, because I actually do both. If you are looking at short-term buys, you are usually looking at existing or proven technologies. So what that means for the analyst is that your knowledge of how well that helicopter or that sonobuoy or that speedboat or that gun performs is fairly well known. It's either built or it has been tested, or you're buying it from someone else who's tested it or built it. So in the short term, if you're analyzing what to buy within the next 3 to 5 years, you fairly well know how well that will perform, or engineering assessments of how well they perform. Yes, you can vary those parameters and should vary the parameters in your modeling efforts, because all platforms perform differently based on the environment, based on the target, the enemies, etc. As you go further out, 10 to 15 years, what you're really doing is scanning for emerging technologies which may change the way you fight or allow you to fight better. The problem with that, or the challenge with that, is that you don't know how well those emerging technologies may actually perform. The promise, for example, of the United States Navy's looking at the railgun or electronic railgun, we know how to make that work, but not over the long term. So we've come across a lot of technical challenges as we try to develop that capability. When we first looked at that capability 20, 25 years ago, we would assumed we had it by now. So my point is that as you look further out, you know less about programs, the system's performance and capabilities. So as an analyst, you have to vary those even wider and capture some of that uncertainty as you make comparisons between forces. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. Yes, that answers my question as well. The one thing that I really interested is that the gaps in the force structure that you said before. So due to the rapid development of, let's say, a strategic environment, these gaps will always be there, right? So I'm just curious that, let's say, within this certain period of time, we can fill the gaps, and let's say the strategic environments change, and then there will be different gaps that we need to fill. And let's say we don't really need the other forces that we used to fill the gaps, the previous one. Is it which one is better for us? Should we just keep them? Should we need it in the future, or we can sell those technology to other countries? What will you say about that?
I think it's a very insightful question, and here's why. If we always just look at gaps, then we are always lagging the problem. And so the answer really is both. If we know that today in our strategic and operational environment, we have shortcomings. For example, if the United States had to monitor all their economic exclusion zone, we would have a challenge with that right now. In fact, Indonesia has better off-coast surveillance than the United States does, and we don't have sufficient Coast Guard to monitor all our coast. So if we were just always feeling the most recent gap, we would always lag the potential adversary, for example. The adversary will react, or the threat will react based on the capabilities that you have. And therefore, you will always lag them a little bit if you only fill gaps and see resources. The other approach is to look for opportunities, like a venture capitalist. That is, here's a new technology that first, I think will work, and second, may allow me to change my force structure or the way I employ things. For example, before there was long-range unmanned aerial vehicle surveillance capability, we had to use either maritime patrol aircraft, manned, or manned helicopters to take a look at water search capabilities. However, the new technology, an unmanned aerial vehicle, allows us to patrol a very large amount of area, much less expensive. Now, we may not have a gap there originally if we had all the helicopters, but we have an opportunity to actually have increased capability at cheaper cost due to the technology. So to answer your question is both. We actually scan for opportunity. We see how that opportunity may change the way we do things, and maybe then invest in that technology. And what tools do we use there? Well, again, we go back to wargaming. How would we employ this new technology? Simulation, systems dynamics to understand the impact and feedback loops of this new technology in an existing system. And then we try to assess and quantify its value.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. Would you mind if I read some questions from the participants now, Professor?
Please.
Yeah, so I can find here one question from Mr. Wirawan Wicaksono. So the question is, Professor Klein, how to implement this analysis if there is no exact or clear to deal with as reference or at least as target model? So I mean, I think his concern is about if there is no exact or clear like reference to deal with. So what should we do, Professor?
Yeah, Rawan is one of my old students. He was a graduate of MPS. So that was a trick question he's asking me. No, this is where I tell our analysts the most powerful tool they have is to think. And so we take a step back and we bring in other operators, we bring in other naval professionals, we describe the problem, we get their ideas, maybe we war game the construct, and then we think, what tools do we need to provide insight into this particular decision? So we start with the human element, and that is we think about the problem and we go through a step called problem formulation. That problem formulation includes a lot of discussion with people, both operators and analysts, to understand how potentially to approach the problem. Now, if it was always straightforward, that would be wonderful, but it's not. Many times we do problem formulation, we try a tool, and that tool is not effective, whether it's simulation, whether it's queuing theory, whether it's systems dynamics. And so we have to go back and rethink about how potentially to approach that particular problem or develop a new model in response. But thank you for the question.
I see, Professor. Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure that Mr. Wirawan also has clear explanation from yours, and I think he's one of your excellent students. Hopefully, yes. Second question, Professor, is from Lieutenant Commander Najib. It's one of our students here in Indonesian Naval Technology College. He said, "Thank you for the new knowledge given to us with the great presentation. Allow me to ask, according to your explanation, that about good analysts will not be used only one method. The question is, how if the use of several methods but produces different results? So which one we choose?" That's his question, Professor.
This is an excellent question, and it provides opportunity for the analyst to understand what's important about the problem. So the different methods that are used make certain assumptions. And those assumptions, if you use simulation, for example, you may have different assumptions in the problem than if you use some quantitative method. And what you find out is what you're looking for when you use two different methods is what is different and what is similar. And if you can determine why those things are different and actually trace that back to what assumption or what mathematical assumption you're using. For example, if you assume, I'm going to give an analytical response here. If you assume, for example, normality and error in one model and the other model doesn't assume that, and you get different answers, then that may be the problem. So tracing back to your assumptions when you use that model can help you determine what's important about the problem or the critical assumption itself. Likewise, what we're looking at, if you use different models and come up with some similar, you find out what's called a robust solution. So you change the assumptions, you change the if. In fact, all analysis, is an if-then statement. If I use these data, if I have these assumptions, if I use these models, then these are the results. So what I take a look at is those ifs as an analyst are important to a planner. because if there's a critical assumption in my modeling efforts that always get the same results, that's what's called in the operational planning world a critical initial point that you want to start to plan from. So for example, if C state 3 is necessary or assumed in your search models, then C state 3 is what you want to see to employ those particular resources with the expectation of having that performance. It's a great question, and it's something that we struggle with all the time.
Thank you, Professor. So yeah, I think that's answered the question well. So that said, let's say if we have like different kind of result with different kind of methods, is it? I'm just curious. Like it can be driven. It can be driven into some particular interest as well. So let's say if we have different results from different methods, we can choose. Let's say if all the results are given the equal advantages and let's say like almost equal disadvantages. So I assume that it can be driven into some kind of interest as well. Isn't it so, Professor?
You mean, would you always give weight to the models that you use? Is that what you're asking?
Sorry, Professor, say again, sorry.
Well, ask the question again, please.
So if you have different methods, which can be like in the end we have different results as well, with the let's say almost equal advantages and equal disadvantages, it can be driven into some kind of interest as well. So what would you say about that? I mean, it's not necessarily to have the best option or the best result from those methods, but it can be driven into some kind of interest. Isn't that so?
Yeah, that is so. I want to share a slide real quick because we're on this topic. And so I'll go back to one of the slides I had that showed the different results. So not from an analyst point of view, from a senior officer point of view, when I look at these differences, I see major differences in my models. The big thing, go back again, is it's an if-then statement. The key takeaways as a senior decision maker from these is, one, I need 3 interceptors because my curves pay off after 3, and I get great benefit the more interceptors I have up until 3. But take a look at the percentages of interception. What is another interesting aspect about these models is that the maximum I can get is 10% of not intercepted. So I always have about 10% chance, regardless of how many resources I use, regardless of what kind of air class I use, I still have to live with the 10% risk of having a major threat entering the LA Long Beach area. And so it's the bigger takeaways from the many models that you use that you want to try to find as an analyst to make it relevant to the decision maker to what that problem is. I hope that helps.
Thank you so much, Professor. I will read another question from one of the attendees. So it's come from Colonel Sugeng. He's from the Ministry of Defense. As we know, I'll try to translate his question. So as we know, at this moment, Indonesia is planning to move the capital city, Jakarta, from Java Island to Borneo. His question is that regarding that plan, would you suggest, what's your suggestion about the technology or the defense and security, especially in maritime point of view? What kind of technology that you will suggest for us to, let's say, to secure that plan and to apply that plan based on the geographical constellation in that area? That's the question.
It's a very good question, and I have to fall back a little bit. on my operational planning experience. So in order to first provide any type of maritime governance or security, you have to know what is operating in the area itself. So your first investment should be toward maritime domain awareness. Now, how to obtain that is many different ways. One is, of course, surface patrols that stay a long time. Aircraft can search much longer and further, but they can't stay along on station time. So in some cases, based on cost constraints, the U.S. Navy, again, is looking at potential balloons or aerostats to provide that long-term surface search capability from an air downward-looking radar, for example. So ways in which to sufficiently search and understand the maritime environment around any type of littoral or capital city is important. After you have the search down, you have to think about intercept. That is, what platforms do I have to intercept a potential threat, whether that's subsurface, air, or surface. Now, the balloon that I just described, the aerostat in the air, is very good for surveillance, but it's not very good for intercepting a potential target. So again, keeping cost in mind, would you build one destroyer or 50 smaller maritime interceptors? If those is the way. Well, destroyers are very good and necessary for the oceanic country like Indonesia because of the range and distance that you necessarily have to patrol. But for a local area, a defense of smaller boats capable of intercepting with power and threat makes more sense. So in a way, you need to find a mix of both long-range capabilities for your entire country, plus the local defense needs to be short-range, less expensive, but just as effective. And I hope that helps.
Thank you so much, Professor. Yeah, I think that helps. So it's not necessarily about the quantity. So it's all about the quality and what are kind of proper or exact method to intercept the threats. That's what I'm getting from your answers. So,
well, no, I'm sorry. Sometimes it can be about quantity, as long as that quantity provides you the surveillance that you need in a particular area. So sometimes many small, cheaper things is better than one big, expensive thing, particularly in warfare, because if you lose that one big, expensive thing, you've lost it. If you have many less expensive things, you might lose 10, 15 and still be able to fight. So in a way, there's trade-offs to both sides. I personally am trying to get, I'm trying to get the U.S. Navy to buy more smaller, cheaper things.
Oh, I see. So basically, it can be said that don't put all of your eggs in one basket, isn't it?
That is the exact phrase.
All right, Professor. So there's another question from Mr. Yudo Susantio. So according to him, that Indonesia is an archipelago country, but it has like low budget in the like maritime development, especially in the region of Asian countries. So could you please give your advices for priority to keep the sovereignty and the prosperity of this country based on those limited budget compared with the vast area?
Well, yes, I have two recommendations. One, of course, is to go through that little cycle that I went through, and that is you think about what Indonesia values from the maritime environment. And again, the Indonesian, the CNO did a wonderful job explaining that in his opening key remarks. And then you think about threats and how best to counter those threats. But let me go back to the surveillance issue itself. Because of by the way, even as wealthy as the United States can be with our economic power at times, our Navy is still constrained in what it can buy. So we still have to worry about resources. In this case, though, go back to the basic need to understand what's happening in the maritime environment. And here I have to give a nod to the Army, because your Army can be used as coastal patrol, They can be used as surveillance for a certain miles outside that coastal patrol capability. And I don't mean on the water, I literally mean on the land. That is, they may have the responsibility to actually monitor that common border between Indonesia and the United States called the ocean. And that is the simplest and basic way to at least get 3 to 4 miles out of the coast to understand what potentially could be happening. Also, the Indonesian population, just like the United States population that lives on the coast, can help you with these surveillance techniques. Our Northwest Coast Guard area actually employed civilians in a volunteer basis in order to report abnormalities that were occurring off the coast. Mainly, we were trying to intercept drug runners and people coming into the United States illegally. So the basic construct of a population, of your army, of inexpensive surveillance capabilities would probably be your first investment given a highly constrained environment. After that, then you think about those interceptors. How am I going to intercept? What are they going to protect? What regions do I need to watch out for? So if ecotourism is important, then potentially that area should receive more resources than an area that does not have either the fishing resources, shipping resources, or tourism resources themselves. And in order to do that is a very systematic approach where you compare, again, your threats, what you value, the threats to those value, and what resources you have to apply.
Thank you so much, Professor. So there's another question from, I think this is Mrs. Santi Indarjani. So she has concern about the attack from the cyber side. So as we know, like at this moment, at this era, war is not always like face-to-face war, but it can be another forms of war. So this one, she has concern about the cyber attack. So according to your opinion, what kind of cyber defense that supposed to be applied in Indonesia, especially from the point of view of maritime sector, Professor?
This is a very good question and very relevant. There are two ways to counter cyber, and that is continuously monitor and review equipment and systems in order to ensure that they're free of those cyber threats. This is expensive and requires a lot of effort. The other way is not to rely on cyber, and it's not an either or. It's sort of a both type aspect. This is where the U.S. Navy is considering now. We are heavily reliant upon communication, upon our links, upon our networks, and then we realize that with potential adversary of China, we may lose all those. So how would we fight with losing our capabilities, particularly when it comes to communications and discussion and employing weapon systems themselves? Well, the answer to that is to build in as much resilience as possible in the networks, and failing that, build in as much self-sufficiency in each platform, meaning that if a platform has a weapon, it should also have the ability to provide its own surveillance and targeting, and the ability to release that target independent of any communication capability. The other comment I'd like to make is, for an analyst, cyber is a very hard thing to model because it can affect so many things. It can affect communications, it can affect weapon employment, it can affect networks and network exchange information. And so the way an analyst does that is actually vary the parameters and performance in each one of those capabilities to see the potential impact of cyber itself. Of course, the worst aspect of cyber is you receive a cyber attack and you don't know it. You're only seeing degraded capability. And that's when you want to say, do we need to turn everything off and be able to fight in the electronic magnetic night and see how well our people are trained in order to execute that? And what we call in the United States Navy is mission command. That is, we give that authority and responsibility to the lowest possible level in order to continue to fight. It's not the most efficient. In fact, it's the least efficient way to fight, but it is a good way to protect against cyber attack.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think I'll read one more question, if you don't mind. All right. This one is from Mr. Adrian Arya Kusumo. He's from Paramadina University. It's I think this one is like good question. It involves the disputes in the South China Sea between China and some other countries in ASEAN region. Is there any solution in the future, especially for the Asian claimant countries, like how to keep their islands safe from Chinese warships, like invasion or probably like patrolling their area? Because I think this disputes like has been a bit heating up this last few weeks. So what do you say about this, Professor?
Well, here I must reference the United States Marine Corps' new concept called Expeditionary Advanced Base Operations. And what our Marine Corps is proposing is something that many countries already have, and that is shore-to-ship missiles. That is the ability to use radar and to target incoming ships and then launch shore-based missiles in order to defend littoral areas and also EEZs. So I'll give a perfect example of a shore-to-ship based missile that has great problems for the US Navy, and that is China's DF-26 or DF-21, those ballistic missiles that are capable of targeting large ships like aircraft carriers. So the reverse concept is to provide tactical anti-ship cruise missiles ashore and therefore impose risk on any type of approaching warship. This is the concept that the Marine Corps and the US Army are taking a look at, but that can never be employed without the acceptance and integration of our allies and our allies' capabilities as well.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much. I think you've answered all the questions, and I would like to say thank you for answering them, Professor Klein, and also for your time, because I know it's getting late there. My apologies as well for this time difference between us. And thank you so much for answering your time once again. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your materials. We can get many advantages, many benefits from your materials, Professor. I would like to thank the participants as well for delivering high quality questions to Professor Jeffrey Klein. Once again, thank you so much, Professor. And I wish you a good night. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, and it's been an honor to participate in this very important conference. As I said, we respect Indonesia as a strategic oceanic country, and you truly are a fulcrum, a maritime fulcrum for the world. So we look forward to closer relationships between the United States and Indonesia.
Thank you so much, Professor. I also hope that we can have long-term kind of cooperation and relationships. It's not going to stop here in this event, but I'm pretty sure we can have different kind of relationship, different kind of cooperation between us. Thank you so much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, moving to our second speaker, we have DA Professor Miftahul Huda. He's sub-nanometro expert at Nagoya University, Japan, and one of the fellows in IRETO project. At the project, Professor Huda works on atom hybrid materials, this kind of research that has enormous budget, more than $10 million. He establishes a technology to functionalize sub-nanometallic cluster for hydrocarbon oxidations in order to produce a cheap, clean, and easing technology for natural gas exudation. Not only that, between his busy times, He also dedicates himself as the chief of coordinator and organizer at 1000 Guru Foundation for more than 10 years. This foundation's purpose is to connect volunteer teachers worldwide with many Indonesian high schools for better education on the students. The foundation also publishes a monthly scientific magazine for free. Up to date, there has been more than 50 editions and 500 articles are published. During his academic career, Professor Huda has several patents on catalysts and methods for producing oxide using hydrocarbon. Ladies and gentlemen, and dear Professor Huda, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you to the moderator. Let me share our slideshow. Okay. Yes. Could everyone see my presentation?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, Professor.
Okay.
We can see well.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me a chance this time today. Thank you very much to Chief of STTAL, and also thank you very much to all participants who gather this time. It is an honor for me to deliver presentation here. So many participants gather today. First, I would like to pass my deep condolence for Nanggala 402. And
thank you, Professor. Thank you so much.
This time mainly I will present about the research I've done and also about my recent research. My research keyword is about block copolymer, self-assembled nanodot, catalyst, and also about sub-nano catalyst, hydrocarbon oxidation, and fuel cell. Now I start research about a fuel cell, which is now popular in Japan. Okay, this is my brief introduction. Thanks to moderator for the introduce me. I got my doctor from Gunma University. Then after that, 5 years along, I researched about sub-nano particle or sub-nano catalyst at Tokyo Institute of Technology on the GST Irato Yamamoto Atom Hybrid Project. But now I moved to Nagoya University, just near to Toyota city. Now I am working as a designated assistant professor at Nagoya University on the project of NEDO. I will explain my project later. Okay, this is the content of my presentation today. A brief introduction of nanotechnology and my research on nanodot, and also my research of a sub-nano catalyst or sub-nano particle on hydrocarbon oxidation reaction, and also a brief introduction of my recent research on Nagoya University. Okay, well, this is my brief introduction of nanotechnology. This is the sketch image of coronavirus, COVID-19, which is popular now. Yeah, their size is around 100 nanometer. But what I have done until now is the research on the size less than this coronavirus, less than 100 nanometer. So you could imagine what is the size of my research topic. Then what is the nanotech? The definition for me, the definition of nanotech is the research field of material or particle with size from 1 nano to 100 nano. On this size, on nanometer size, particle with size between 1 nano to 100 nanometer, their property of or function will change drastically. So it will have a function or properties different with its Boole condition. For example, in our daily life, in Japan, mainly daily, we use this iron nanopowder or Cairo, we call it Cairo, to warm our body during winter. This iron nanopowder has different property, which is Boole condition, which is we use it to warm our body. So of course, at Boole condition, iron is not warm. So their function is different at nanoscale, different with its Boole size, bulk size. Then, okay, sorry. So why nano? As I mentioned before, by forming material at nanoscale, strengthening happen to material. Their property can change drastically. Their reactivity, their magnetism, optic, electronic property, chemical property, mechanic, and any property of it can change. Even sometimes we could find some unique properties at nanoscale, which is different from the property at bulk size. For example, this is a very burnable. Could you guess what is this? Maybe many on military, maybe familiar with this thing. What this wheat or gandum in Indonesia? Yes, it is only a food, but because its size very small, it's very burnable. Yeah, if we make a wheat or gandum on its very small size, it will become very burnable. No, this is not a bomb or anything. It's only food. So you could imagine if we change their size to nano size, there will be very different because it is larger surface area. It will become more reactive, and also we could save our use and the number of our usage. Okay, what is the benefit of nanotechnology? Let's get to the point. This is the benefit of nanotechnology. We could get a new sharper application or device by nanotech, low cost and safe materials. Yes, still there are many things, another piece of science we don't know on nanoscale. Moreover, on sub-nano, there is many things that we don't know on this scale or on this size. So there is many chance to research on this field or on this research topic. Okay, first I will talk about my research on nanotechnology I conducted at Gunma University during my study as a student. I researched about fabricating silicon nanodot by using self-assembled block copolymer. Okay. Since undergraduate, I studied self-assembly of block copolymer as an alternative technique to photolithography and also to electron beam drawing. Using block copolymer, it is easy to form various nanostructure and nanodot, and on ultra high density and also cheap and high throughput. We could use this block copolymer to form various nanostructure and also nanodot, because if we heat it to the certain temperature, it will become microperspiration will occur. And also at that time, I collaborate with Toshiba to research about ultra high density recording memory or hard disk, and also I collaborate with Toyota in research about three-dimension quantum dot type solar cell. Okay, this is the BCP self-assembly method theory. By changing the ratio of between two polymer on a block of polymer, we could form many nanostructures such as sphere, cylinder, or lamella. And the smaller the molecular weight, the smaller the size of nanostructure we could synthesize. So this can be told that BCP has a very good function to form or to synthesize nanostructure. In study, we focus on the formation of sphere and also nanodot using block of PSP-DMS block of polymer. The PSP-DMS film is formed by spin coating the PSP-DMS solution on the silicon substrate or any, and heat it. After heating, it causes microphase separation. After that, then we form a nanodot by etching it to the specific gases. And I fabricate nanodot on very large scale, around DVD size silicon wafer. It's possible to form it on the very large area. And also we could get a monolayer nanodot area on this size. So it's very good to form one layer or monolayer nanodot on very big size. And we could coat it on any substrate. Okay, this is the result of my research. Using PSP-DMS block of polymer, we succeeded in forming nanodot array with size around 12 nano in the pitch of the nanodot of 10 nanometer and a diameter around 5 nanometer. So you could imagine what is the size. It is one layer. We confirm it by cross-section SEM image. The size is correspond to 7 terabit per inch square. At that time, was known to be the smallest applicable nanodot array in the world. It's very small. And also, we researched and developed a pattern transfer technique for effective use of a self-assembled nanodot. So after we form, we want to use it as application. We need to pattern transfer block of polymer nanodot to its substrate. For very small nanodot, multi-resistor like this, a silicon carbon and substrate was used. Pattern transfer was performed by stepwise etching such as ion milling and plasma etching to pattern transfer nanodot to its substrate. Of course, we could attach any metal or any compound to the directly to the block of polymer, so we'll get functional nanodot directly. And also, by using this multi-resist and stepwise etching, we succeeded in forming carbon nanodot and also silicon nanodot, which is very useful and very important for an application. We use that silicon nanodot in order to fabricate solar cell. Okay, this is my research, the background of my research on the solar dot nanocell. We try to control the size of a silicon nanodot to utilize broader light wavelength in order to increase the efficiency. Just like this, on the specific diameter of silicon quantum dot, it has a specific band gap. So if we like change the size of a silicon nanodot, its band gap will change. So if we could get many kinds of many size of silicon nanodot, we could get very broader light wavelength in order to increase the efficiency of a solar cell. Okay, these are very preliminary result of my research on the solar cell. By pattern transfer of a block copolymer nanodot, we fabricate a quantum dot solar cell, and as a result, its light sensitivity was 1,000 times of the typical film solar cell, 1,000 times. Okay, then move to the my research on sub-nano scale on sub-nanoparticle. I performed at Tokyo Tech. The nanoscale is between 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer, but the next my research is about sub-nano, so it's around 1 nanometer. On 1 nanometer, the atom is maybe between 10 or 5 or between 5 until 30, so it's very small. Okay, this is my background on the sub-nanoscale research. The research of catalysts on nanoscale has been rapidly conducted on this nanoscale, but on the nanoscale is very rare because it is very difficult to synthesize nanoparticle and also to synthesize sub-nanoparticle, and also it's very difficult to characterize sub-nanoparticle because it's very small, around 1 nanometer. However, sub-nanoparticles are very promising because it has irregular electronic state and amorphous geometry. Even it's a metal, it has amorphous geometry, so it's predicted to have a very high reactivity. So we want to use it as a catalyst. So it's possible to create sub-nanoparticle with very high reactivity. Okay, my professor developed this dendrimer as a template to synthesize sub-nanoparticle with a defined atomic number. So we can make a sub-nanoparticle using various elements on a periodic table. We have tried almost all elements on a periodic table, so it's very wonderful. We could synthesize any sub-nanoparticle of element on the periodic table with a defined atomicity. Okay, we could form sub-nanoparticle containing an exact number of atoms using this dendrimer. For example, sub-nanoparticle containing 4, 12, 28, or 60 atoms. So it's very small. 28 maybe is around 1 nanometer its size. And also we could also combine various elements forming a sub-nanoparticle, forming a hybrid sub-nanoparticle. So we could adjust the type, number, or composition of the constituent atom freely. So it's very easy to form a sub-nanoparticle using this dendrimer. Okay, this is the background of my research on sub-nanoparticle. We use it as a catalyst of a hydrocarbon oxidation reaction. Our goal is in this research is to develop green and economical hydrocarbon oxidation reaction, which is widely used in industry. Sub-nanoparticle predicted to have a very high reactivity. Therefore, we don't need dangerous chemical compound, and the use of nanoparticle, of course, will decrease the cost. For example, in industry, we use many like platinum, gold, or any very expensive metal. So if we could decrease its size to the sub-nanoparticle, we could save the cost, we could save the material. And also, if we could increase the reactivity of a catalyst, maybe we could use it. We could use only oxidation, only oxygen as an oxidant, solvent-free or low temperature. So it's very good for environment. Okay, this is the result of my result on subnanoparticle. We synthesize various subnanoparticle such as copper, ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, and platinum subnanoparticle. And we found platinum was the most active for toluene oxidation reaction. And also we adjust the atomicity of particle. Platinum content only 60 or 20 or 12, we synthesize it. And we found that platinum containing 12 atom was the most active. And also we compare it with commercial catalyst. As a result, subnano catalysts are ultimately more reactive than nano catalysts. It's only commercial only 1, 2, 3, but the subnano catalyst is very high, more than 800 on of reactivity. And furthermore, by use this special dendrimer, we synthesize more detailed subnanoparticle with atomicity of 12, 13, 17 until 28. And according to my experimental result, platinum 19 was the most reactive. Yes, just platinum 19 is just like a magic number. Even if we compare it with platinum 20, it's the reactivity of platinum 19 is 2 times. Then only one atom different. The reactivity is very different. So it's very interesting. Okay. We also conduct a simulation. This time image of my platinum 19. So we could count how many atom on my particle. This atom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and is around 19 atom on this particle. And according to my simulation, platinum 19 geometry has 3H more. So it's causing the increase of reactivity. We found the reactivity of platinum 19 is 1,500 times than commercial nanoplatinum. And also the use of course, the use of subnanocatalysts will decrease the use of noble metal, which is expensive and limited. This result has been published in this paper and also has been patented. Okay, from now, I would like to let me talk about my present research. First, recently I'm studying subnanocatalyst for converting cyclohexane. Before I research about toluene, now more harder. For converting cyclohexane, which is a raw material for nylon. We use nylon every day. It's very important material for our life, and the market size is around $28 billion in 2019, and grow by 5% every year. Of course, because the population is increased, so we need more and more nylon for our daily life. Okay, this in the industrial process to synthesize nylon, very complicated, not good for environment because it uses a very harmful compound or chemical, and also very high cost. Here we propose a catalyst using multi-metallic hybrid subnanoparticle to increase its reactivity, selectivity, and durability. We combine platinum with other element to increase its reactivity and also selectivity. Okay, I'm studying this research now I'm preparing for the paper, so I'm sorry, I apologize. I could not publish the research on detail on this forum. Okay, why subnanoparticle? Yes, this is one of the advantages of a hybrid subnanoparticle. For example, if we combine copper and zinc, we also can get a particle like gold, and also we could get a particle with super halogen property using aluminum. Yeah, we could get combine any element to get a very to get new properties like supermagnetic, super catalyst, or any new properties by combining any element to form a sub nanoparticle. So it's very interesting. Even we could create like a three-dimensional periodic table by combining any element on the periodic table to form new material with a new property. Yeah, now this is my research now. Now I'm working at Nagoya University as a design assistant professor. I'm joining NADO project, which is studying about fuel cell. This is the fuel cell. And this project, I'm studying catalyst used in this membrane electrolyte of fuel cell. So I research on this part, on the catalyst of cathode. This my recent experimental result. Oh no, this membrane electronic assembly. We just create a few days ago. Okay, here we synthesize nano catalyst for fuel cell using solution plasma. So this technique is very simple, low cost, and applicable for industry. I'm just starting this research, so it just like we synthesize nanoparticle, or even we could make it a multimetallic or hybrid nanoparticle on the like carbon substrate or carbon support. So we could make like core cell nanoparticle. This core is metallic, and we could wrap it by carbon. So by wrap it by carbon, it will not agglomerate, or will avoid aggregation of nanoparticle. This research is published on this paper. Sorry, on this I just starting this research, so I don't have many things to be shared. I hope I could get a good result next time, so I could publish here. And this the setup of a SP process is very simple. Okay.
Excuse me, Professor.
Okay.
Due to the limited time, I would expect the presentation will be finished in about 5 minutes, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay. It only maybe 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay. This is the background of our research now. Of course, Japan has a plan to create hydrogen society to boost the energy use of hydrogen, which is very clean, increasing the number of vehicles using hydrogen within 5 or 10 years in the future. Yes, Japan wants to decrease the emission of carbon to atmosphere, which cause global warming or climate change. So Japan is want to have a strategy to increase the use of hydrogen as a source for its energy. Okay, thank you for attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Huda, for sharing your knowledge and experiences with us. I think this is so interesting to know that we can engineer some materials to their nano size so that we can change their properties to our needs. So from your presentation, I can get that we might produce bigger storage in a smaller flash drive, for example, or probably obtaining much higher efficiency in energy converting. for another example. So by doing so, I'm pretty sure that using your technology, we
Yes.
can have, for say, greener and more economic technology in the future, which in turn can give benefits to our environment. So I hope you don't mind if we start the question and answer session for your material, Professor. So would you like to have the question delivered to you one by one, or like several questions at a time?
Maybe one by one maybe is better. Or
I
two.
see. All right. Yeah, I think
One or two.
by looking at the chat feature, I can see one. I can read one of the question here. Please bear with me. It's from Mr. Untung. Mr. Untung Lasiono. He is the deputy rector at the University of Adibuana, Surabaya. So he asked that he realized that nanotechnology is so important in the world and can be applied in the military as well. So how the use of this nanotechnology for the application he meant for military, whether military or like civilian application. So like the concrete application of the technology. Could you please enlighten us, please?
Okay, thank you very much for a good question. Nanotechnology is for the applicable application on the material, on the military. Of course, many applications we could create or we could get by using nanotechnology, maybe such as by coating some functionalized nanoparticle to like the tank or like jet or anything. We could get very good property, such as we could anti-corrosion, or we could like increase the and also to keep the temperature, and of course we could anti-radar, for example, and of course by using nano technology we could like decrease the weight of like a plane or jet or metering using on any kinds of military tool, like decrease the weight or any, so the military could move very easy or freely. And of course like we could use this nanoparticle as energy for to increase the energy, like for example if we use this fuel cell on tank, on like for I said like kapal selam, of course it will be very good to save the cost and also save the energy. And also, yeah, many kinds of application of nanomaterial or nanotechnology for military use. For example, if we could increase, make like jacket anti high temperature on very like very durable or very anti bomb or anything, we could increase the property of a jacket by using a nanomaterial, for example, like that. I think
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So because you you're mentioning about the application of this technology in the military section. Could you please let us know, have this technology being applied as well in like in Japan for like the military use? Have they applied this technology as well in their military section?
As I know now, Japan also conduct military research on nanotechnology, to increase the by carbon nanotube. Carbon nanotube is very good material, very good. It's very strong and also very light. And also, so if we like coating carbon nanotube on like a jacket or any military use, it will increase its like durability and more, I think, stronger. And also by coating it on like a tank or a military vehicle, so maybe it will make it stronger. Yeah, I think now Japan also give work with university to research on the material using this nanotechnology, such as a carbon nanotube.
Oh, I see. Okay, Professor. So I would like to read another questions from the audience. First, it's from Mr. Wirawan Wicaksono. So he's mentioning about your technology, which you've mentioned about the fuel cell. Is it already applicable for like being used in a warships or like for the ships in general? Is it can be used for like diesel engines? And the other question is from Mrs. Yeni Meliana. She asked about this nanocatalyst. How many times it can be regenerate? How many times it can be used? Could you please ask those questions, Professor?
Okay, thank you very much for a good question. But fuel cell is already has been commercialized as for energy source for vehicle like Toyota, Honda, and I think many other vehicle production has already produced vehicle using this fuel cell. Now already commercialized, and also Japan has already like make a gas station to for source of this fuel cell. And of course, if it's very feasible, very possible to use it on like tank on military vehicle, anything. And also maybe we could use it on like under vehicle under water, and also we use this fuel cell produce electricity, and like we change the battery by this fuel cell, so it's very easy, like change the battery to this fuel cell and like adjust to other part. So it's very easy to use this technology to military vehicle. But I don't know it's already applicable or not. But and then for the next question, yes, for the next question about the how many like reproducible or like recycle reuse. On my research, we have already confirmed it by 3-4 times. So we could use it 3 or 4 times on the not only experimental result, but of course, if we want to produce it on the industry, we could engineer it again, so it could be used many times. And also, like for example, on the fuel cell, we coat the nanoparticle with carbon, so it will not easily agglomerate or aggregation. We could avoid the aggregation. So by avoiding aggregation, we could keep the catalytic activity. So we could use it many times on the fuel cell. We need to test it until like 10,000 times, or like 20,000 times. So until we could commercialize it.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, I believe that answers the question. For the next question, I would like to highlight one of our students here in Indonesian Naval Technology College. We have here Lieutenant Commander Yuda Sukma. I believe he's going to deliver his question directly. So could Mr. Yuda Sukma, could you please step up to the microphone so we can hear your question better? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, Professor. Thank you for the opportunity. This time I have a question about fuel cell. Very interesting about fuel cell. I think this technology may be a potential technology to apply to propulsion power or engine for the Indonesian warship or KRI in the future, because this have a benefit about zero emission. My question is how the process, the fuel cell, can be separated the hydrogen atom to be ion H and the electron. Then after the cathode can be combined with oxygen to be a water. Is this need addition external energy to process it, or just a chemical reaction? And the next question, are the fuel for fuel cell just use hydrogen, or any another choice for the fuel of fuel cell? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Could I share my slide again? Sorry.
Yes, please, Professor.
Okay. Sorry. This. Okay, this one. Okay. First, on this, we call it like PMC. And this fuel cell use membrane electronic anode as a main part of a fuel cell. And in this membrane electrolyte assembly or MEA, we use two catalysts here. This first on the anode and the second on the cathode. On the anode, on the commercial catalyst, many people use platinum on carbon. First, this catalyst separate hydrogen, become electron and proton. Proton is going to this Navion membrane, so electron could not get through to the Navion membrane, and then this electron to this produce electricity, electron current, and the number two, we have a catalyst on the cathode. On this one is on this process is called oxygen reduction reaction, or ORR. It's this catalyst is combine electron and hydrogen and also oxygen to produce water. So this fuel cell only produce water and also heat. And then the question, yes, to realize this reaction, we need another energy. This reaction only have for now it's only happen on around like 80 degrees Celsius or around 80 degrees Celsius for this reaction to produce electricity. So of course we could use this to heat or anneal to increase the temperature by using the electricity produced from this fuel cell. For example, we use like battery for another energy, and then we charge this battery by this fuel cell, and the startup we increase the temperature until 8 degrees. So after that we could produce electricity by this fuel cell. Then also, of course, we could use this energy in the future for like the vehicle, for like underwater or like warship or anything, because it's very green and very because I think Indonesia has a very natural resource of gas like methane or gas, LNG, and everything. So this energy will be very low cost in Indonesia.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Good in the future. Okay.
I see. All right. So if you don't mind, can I read or can I give you one more question, Professor?
Okay.
So this question is from Colonel Farid. He's from our Indonesian Ministry of Defense Research and Development body. So his question is it possible to create or to build joint research about nanotechnology between Defense Research Agency and Nagoya University in order to like build some kind of research on military equipments? That's his question, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. Of course, but before it, let me to make addition for my answer to previous question. Of course, for now, for this application, we need around 80 degrees Celsius. But maybe in the future, for example, if we use sub-nano catalyst or anything or more functional material, we could decrease the temperature for this reaction until maybe room temperature. So in the future, maybe it's very saving energy. I think many research will develop new catalyst so we could decrease the temperature. Okay. Then for the recent question for the next question. Yeah, of course, it's. I think it's. Of course, I welcome if we could collaborate or join research between like Nagoya or in Indonesia institution. Maybe next time we could make a concrete like meeting or anything. But I need to check like administration or everything before.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. I believe that your materials and your explanation is really beneficial for us, all the attendees and students, student officers in Indonesian Naval Technology College. Once again, I would like to say thank you for your time due to this time difference as well in Japan, and thank you as well. We really appreciate that you can manage your time to be present here in this event. Thank you so much. I hope that we can have another opportunity for us to work together in the future, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope so.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving to our next schedule, we will be having our third speaker, Professor Paul Madison. Professor Madison is the director of the University of New South Wales Defence Research Institute. He is responsible for enabling, facilitating, and integrating UNSW's groundbreaking defense research capacity across the whole of the university in both Sydney and Canberra, Australia. With a mandate to build deeper relationships and increase collaboration with Commonwealth, state, industry, and international partners, the Defense Research Institute aims to strengthen UNSW's positions as Australia's leading defense university and to play a defining role in accelerating the delivery of capability for the Australian Defence Force. Vice Admiral retired Professor Paul Madison, CMM MSMCD, is a graduate of Canada's Royal Military College in 1980 and served in the Canadian Armed Forces for 37 years. He commanded at all levels, both at sea and ashore, and retired in 2013 from his appointment as the Commander of the Royal Canadian Navy. His decorations include Commander of the Order of Military Merit from Canada, Commander of the Legion of Merit from USA, and Officer of the Legion d'Honneur from France. My apology, Professor, if I pronounce it wrong. Before his current position, he served as High Commissioner of Canada to Australia, with accreditation to 7 Melanesian and Micronesian island nations. In this role, Professor Paul was tireless in his pursuit of strengthening the bilateral relations between Australia, Pacific Island countries, and Canada, with a focus on collaboration in the public policy, trade, social, and security sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Paul Madison.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for that kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. I thank you for the invitation to speak to such an impressive and large group of you up in Indonesia today. I just want to pay my respects before getting into my presentation to all members of the Indonesian Armed Forces and to the Ministry of Defense, to your Admiral Margono, to all of you at the Naval College of Maritime Science and Technology. And I'd also like to pay my respects to the crew of Nanggala, 53 lost shipmates. I just want you to know that, like every mariner around the world, I was praying for their safe surfacing. Tragically, that did not occur, and my heart goes out to the 53 families, and I'm sure that all of you are doing everything you can to support them in their grief. I'm just going to...
Thank you, Professor. I really
You're welcome. I'm just going to share my screen here, so give me a second as I try to deal with the technology. Let's see, here we go. Let me know if that works.
Yes, Professor, we can see it well, thank you.
Okay. Just let me hit on slideshow. Okay, are you seeing the full slide or just the...
It's the full slide with some thumbnails on the left side of the screen.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure why. Just give me a second here. Okay, I'm just going to leave it like this. If you're okay.
Yep, that'll be great, Professor. That's okay.
Okay. So look, I'm pleased to talk to you for the next 20 minutes or so about what we're doing here at the University of New South Wales. Here's sort of an outline of what I'd like to talk to you about. I'm not a scientist or an expert technologist like your previous speaker. I will talk more about perhaps the strategy around defense research and what we're doing here in Australia And my sort of overarching message for you all is that defense research needs to be seen as an instrument of national power. And what I mean by that is when you look at the need to continue to accelerate capability development across from fundamental and basic research to experimentation, technical insertion, demonstrations to commercialization and deployment of new disruptive technology capability in an expeditionary joint sense. And when you look at that need, and then you match it to the rate at which the threat is evolving globally and most specifically in the Indo-Pacific region, there is a compelling argument that needs to be made that all of what we have as a nation to contribute to defense capability, whether it is pure defense science in uniform or civilian defense scientists like many of you, or whether it's industry or whether it's the research expertise in our universities, we need to harness it all together to accelerate capability in order to ensure that we can sustain as nations and as allies a competitive fighting advantage if and when we are deployed across the spectrum of operations, whether it's humanitarian and disaster response to full spectrum combat. So that's my sort of key message. And I'm going to talk to you about the University of New South Wales, where we fit into that. I'll talk a bit about some regional geostrategic context, which will not be new to anyone here. I'll talk about how that translates into where Australia is today in defense policy, specifically with the defense and science technology strategy, which features what are called the 8 star shots, the science, technology, and research shots. I'll talk a bit more about where UNSW is in terms of research capability, and then we can conclude and get into some questions. I look forward to your questions. I am an Australian citizen, by the way. So obviously I served Canada for 37 years in uniform. Australia and Canada have so much in common. And in my case, when I was deployed in this part of the world, a deployment, by the way, in which I came to Jakarta in 1983 as a young officer in a ship. Later in that deployment, I met my wife, who was Australian. So she was the strength behind my uniform in Canada. She never really got used to the snow, I got to tell you. She grew up in Darwin, so no snow in Darwin, as you would appreciate. And so when the opportunity came to live in Australia, we welcomed it. And so now I'm Australian as well. So I don't have the accent, but my focus these days is really on Australia's national defense interests. So the University of New South Wales, I'm sure you are familiar, is a large, globally recognized multidisciplinary university, ranked regularly among the world's great universities in the top 50, with the largest engineering faculty in the Southern Hemisphere, and a university which I like to believe is Australia's leading defense university. It was established in 1949, and that's kind of important because during the Second World War, Australian leaders recognized that technology was evolving rapidly. It was dictating how the operating environment, the fighting environment was evolving. And there was a recognition that Australia needed to up its game in terms of technology, research, engineering, not only to ensure that militarily Australia would be secure, but also to ensure a competitive economic position globally. And so here you see some of the data around the university. Lots of students, including Obviously several Indonesian students will be studying either in Sydney today or online from Indonesia. Lieutenant Commander Priyadi Hartoko, among you, completed his doctorate at University of New South Wales last year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, and in fact, thank you, Priyadi, because if not for meeting you, I don't think I would be enjoying this privilege of speaking to you all today. Well,
the honor is ours, Professor. The honor is ours.
Thanks. So when I talk about UNSW being Australia's Defence University, there's a really good reason why. In Canberra here is a university college, the University of New South Wales, Canberra, and it is co-located at the Australian Defence Force Academy, a very unique strategic relationship between a university and the Australian Defence Force. You see the campus on the upper left here of the slide. You see in the middle 3 cadets representing the 3 services. You see Australian Defence Force headquarters. Many of you will be familiar with it. It's only 1 kilometer down the road from where I work. You see a classroom. You see some happy graduates. There are 4 schools here at UNSW Canberra. But what is really important here is that UNSW has been training and educating the leadership of the Australian Defence Force for over 50 years. So on any given day, the Chief of the Defence Force and the heads of the service are university alumni. They come back to the university. There's a very dynamic conversation around how to shape the curriculum in response to the change that is occurring rapidly in the joint operating environment. And so this is, it's quite a driver for us of how best to understand the research priorities of the Australian Defence Force. When we look at the university's defence research strengths, you can see them listed here. I won't go into all of them, but what this tells you is that across the entire sort of spectrum of defence activity, whether it's passive acoustics at sea, whether it is quantum computing, whether it is hypersonics in high-speed weapons, whether it's space-based sensing, all of these activities are represented in one way or another at the university. And so my role at the UNSW Defense Research is to bring greater coherence to the research strength that exists at the university in each faculty, in each school, in each center, in each institute, not just the Faculty of Engineering, but science, medicine, even arts, design, and architecture. All of our faculties, in one way or another, have a contribution to make in support of the national interest in terms of turning defense-related research into deployable capability that will sustain competitive advantage for the Australian Defence Force at home and when deployed in an expeditionary sense alongside key allies like the United States, like Indonesia, like Japan, like New Zealand, India, etc. So my role here at the Defence Research Institute is to generate opportunities to accelerate research in all of these areas. So my team and I, we spend a lot of time with the senior leadership of defense and the Australian Defence Force. We talk to them about what it is that's keeping them awake at night. What are the key operational, strategic, organizational, institutional challenges that they need to solve with the help of research. We bring those opportunities into our research community. We talk to the deans, the heads of school, the individual researchers, and we often for researchers, they're just not aware that they have something of real value to bring in a defense perspective. They may be thinking along the lines of supporting society in other ways, and they just haven't got up in the morning thinking about what they can do for defense. My role is to actually help them wake up in the morning and think about what they can do for defense. So that's, in a macro sense, what we do. And you can see the commercial model. I'm a value center. I bring teams together. I bring smart people doing hypersonics research, smart people doing quantum research, smart people doing artificial intelligence, machine learning, undersea sensing, space. And we identify government and industry funding instruments, contracting instruments, grant instruments, and we help them submit their bids, win the grants, do the research, and actually contribute in a meaningful way in the national interest. You can see. Oh, sorry. Am I okay here?
I'm sorry, Professor. My apology. I think one of the attendees.
Okay. Good. So I'll move on to the next slide, and this is our operating model at the Defense Research Institute. And if you are not familiar with the technology readiness levels in Australia, then you can. What they represent is the progression from basic fundamental science in the lab at the TRL 1 across to the mid TRL levels, where you are putting prototypes and technology demonstrators into the field at sea, in the air, and finally to the TRL 8-9 level, where we are commercializing IP, working with an industry partner to produce, manufacture, and sell capability to the Australian Defence Force, security agencies, and our allies. And our role is to just be active on behalf of the university in that defense, industry, academia triangle. And each of these sides of the triangle, they have their own cultures, as I'm sure you appreciate. And often I find myself translating between academia and defense, between academia and industry, from a cultural perspective, so that they can understand how best to integrate and work most efficiently together. So that's kind of where we are at the University of New South Wales and the Defence Research Institute. Now, the reason why this is all important from an Australian perspective is this Indo-Pacific geostrategic context, which I know you're familiar with. And I just selected these pictures because you'll all recognize what is shown here. And it simply reflects the uncertainty, the heightened strategic risk, and what this might mean to all of us as democracies in the Indo-Pacific region. So you see the return of great power competition in China and the United States, the challenges that we are seeing being exerted upon fundamental values such as democracy, personal freedom, human rights, the rule of law, a fair and open global trading system, all of which are essential to Indonesians and to Australians, and to, I would argue, to everyone. And so you see here also Prime Minister Morrison, President Jokowi. You see the representation of ASEAN and what that means as an alliance grouping in the region. You see the elevation of the quadrilateral dialogue involving India, Japan, Australia, and the United States. And in the lower right, you can see one of 1,000 pictures I could have shown you. This is Mischief Reef. Just as one example of where the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army have been acting in ways that are absolutely contrary to everything that we believe around international maritime law. So And the map in the middle is a very interesting view from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which places Australia and Indonesia sort of right on the inner edge of that vortex of strategic competition in the region. And so this is, at least in Australia's perspective, what is driving a strategic imperative around ensuring that the Australian Defence Force has the capabilities to protect Australia's core interests at home and overseas. And what this has led to is a very important set of policy documents over the past year. The Defence Strategic Update, the Force Structure Plan, and the Defence Science and Technology Strategy more together. And what's important, just sort of to hoist in from these three documents, are firstly that the Strategic Update takes Australia away from a sort of a global engagement focus in support of the rules-based order to a regional Indo-Pacific focus, which is a response to some of the strategic settings that have come out of Beijing over the past several years, especially since the 19th Congress in 2017. And the Defense Strategic Update is around having ensuring that there is a strong maritime-based joint expeditionary capability that can act from seabed to space, that can shape the region alongside allies like Indonesia, deter whatever activities might be occurring that are contrary to the Australian national interest, and respond effectively to whatever threats might emerge in the future. And we've seen concerns around Hong Kong, around Taiwan, South China Sea, East China Sea. The list goes on. And Australia is committed to being able to deter meaningfully alongside our allies. The Force Structure Plan takes a commitment from the 2016 white paper to invest $195 billion over 10 years to 2025 in new capability. It takes that up even higher to $270 billion over the 10 years to 2030 around new capability. And this is really important. And it's telling that this financial commitment to the Australian Defence Force and to Australia's national security came in the middle of a pandemic when the economy was under pressure due to the COVID settings, and as well as to the economic coercion being exerted by the Chinese Communist Party. It just tells you how serious Australia is. And more together, the Defence Science and Technology Strategy has at its core a belief that the Defence Science and Technology group within the Department of Defence in Australia no longer has the capacity and the bandwidth to solve all of defense's problems by itself. There is a recognition that, and this goes back to research as an instrument of national power, there is a recognition that in order for Australia to sustain momentum in generating new capability, that the Defence Science and Technology Group must increasingly collaborate outside of the department with external partners, most importantly with industry, with academia, and that's where the university comes in, not just my university, but all universities in Australia, and with international partners, most importantly, the United States. So also fundamental to the More Together strategy were the 8 star shots that I mentioned. Now, the 8 star shots, there's 2 slides here, there's 4 star shots here and 4 on the next page. these are the prioritized research issues that require resolution as agreed between the senior leadership of the Australian Defence Force and the Defence Science and Technology Group. There's 8, and I will say from the outset that you won't see artificial intelligence and machine learning among them, because everybody recognized that each of these 8 star shots has integrated within them the need to be enabled by artificial intelligence, machine learning. Each of these slides, if you look at them closely, or each of these pictures of the star shots, you will see that there is a sponsor at the 3-star level, and a Defense Science and Technology Group chief, a civilian scientist at the very senior level in DST. So this speaks to a integrated joint military civilian approach to together accelerating research to capability in these key areas. And so quickly, I'll go through these. Resilient multi-mission space recognizes that space is increasingly congested, increasingly contested, and increasingly a domain in which we are all dependent if we wish to be successful at sea, on the ground, or in the air. And so developing a sovereign space capability to ensure that we can fight and win in future is really important. Information warfare is recognized as a new domain, new fighting domain in Australia, not just in terms of offensive and defensive cyber and electronic warfare, but also the contested information domain. You know, the social media driven Facebook, fake news, propaganda that is increasingly important in the modern era, as some adversaries look to use it in order to win without fighting. And so ways to undermine social cohesion, public confidence, and to disrupt political decision making through misinformation. That's what's happening every day. We know that. How do we train and apply fundamental concepts in this domain to our operational advantage? Agile command and control speaks to the future of the joint operating environment. We are quickly entering into a military all-domain environment where the amount of information that is being detected is overwhelming for the human operator. And so with algorithms and artificial intelligence, we are rapidly moving towards a time when the rate at which sensors are detecting, identifying, classifying the threat, and then assigning prioritized weapons, and then engaging across a widely distributed joint operating environment, the rate at which this is coming, and the pace that this could occur overwhelms human cognitive capacity. And so how do we get ahead of this? And there are ethical and legal and moral challenges to how we will fight in the future. And part of the problem there is we may be facing an adversary that is not concerned about ethics, morality, and legality. So how do we sustain a competitive advantage? That's quite an interesting challenge. Quantum assured position navigation and timing refers to an assumption that we will have to operate in a GPS denied environment. So how do we sustain that space-based capability to understand the environment we're operating in and to support a precision strike? And quantum is much more than just position, navigation, and timing. There's also much needed to be done around quantum communications, quantum cryptography, etc. The next four star shots, disruptive weapons effects. This speaks to high-speed weapons, long-range over-the-horizon strike, directed energy, microwave, how to operate in and win in highly contested electromagnetic environments. So not just weapons, but the energy environment. Operating in CBRN environments, so chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear. There's much that needs to be done to ensure that we have the right sensing capability in the land, maritime, and air domains, and that we have the equipment and the procedures in place to, if necessary, survive and operate in CBRN contaminated environments. And I mean, there's so much that comes to mind when you think of that, not least of which is biological pathogens. Battle-ready platforms refers to research around how do we sustain submarines, ships, aircraft, satellites. How do we sustain them for decades? How do we protect them from environmental hazards? How do we design them such that they can be modernized, improved through real-time technology insertion through life, so that a submarine that comes into service today will look completely different in 20 years as technologies evolve to develop better propulsion systems, better passive acoustics, better lethal effects, etc. And finally, remote undersea surveillance, which is something obviously everyone in the audience is keen around, is a priority, obviously, for the Chief of Navy around technologies to improve how we detect how we detect threats in the undersea environment, how we protect our own, how we use distributed sensing through trusted autonomy, drones, overhead sensing, etc. So those are, in a nutshell, the key research priority areas in Australia at the moment. And these are the themes that I and my team on behalf of the university are running after. And these are themes that you will recognize as not just uniquely Australian. These are shared by pretty much every modern armed force across the globe. And so real opportunity for collaboration. That's
Excuse me, Admiral Madison.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Admiral Madison. Could you please allow some times as well for the Q&A session, please?
Yep. So I'm going to wrap up there. I'll just move over to, here we go. So thank you for your time. I'm sorry if I took a little bit more time than I thought, but I just wanted to communicate to you as best I can where I see Australia, where I see the University of New South Wales. And I will stop just by where I began, which is to say that we need to view defense research as an instrument of national power. There needs to be a sense of urgency around how we bring the nation along with us. This is not just a defense problem. This is a national challenge, especially when you look at the degree to which in China, there is direction around military civil fusion to accelerate capability development in the People's Liberation Army. So thank you, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Professor. What an inspiring speech, or should I say, Admiral Madison. Medicine. As a proud alumnus, I'm so grateful to have had an opportunity as well to pursue my master and doctoral degree in UNSW, one of the best universities in the world. And I couldn't agree more with you on how defense research become one crucial instrument of national power. And it's also interesting to know how the system works among academia, defense, and industry to meet the demands of a constantly changing security environment. And it can be like translated by the technology readiness level theme that you have just described. For the question and answer session at Middle Medicine, would you like it to be one by one or just like several questions at once?
Oh, one at a time. That would be good. Thanks. I'm an
see.
old admiral. I can only handle one at a time.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Professor. So I think I'll go with the one by one question. So the first of all is from Mr. Bagus Jatmiko from Naval Postgraduate School, California. Would you like to deliver? Okay, sorry, my apology. I'll read it for him on his behalf. He has several questions. First of all, in the fashion of triple helix innovation model or the operating model in your slide, to connect and create a synergy between academic world, the government or the military and the industry. How do you proceed with this approach and how do you keep the sustainability between these three domains or three sectors, especially when budget constraint is coming into equation? And how do you align it? How do you align it with the emerging threats? The second question from him is, how do you assure and communicate the defense strategic update and force structure plan can be aligned with national interests and rest within the corridor of the budget constraint and future projection of the military capability? Thank you, Professor.
So great questions. So I'm just having a read here. So on the defense industry academia triangle, there is an understanding in Australia amongst the three communities that in order to be successful, all three need to integrate as so far as possible. Defense knows that industry will deliver a capability. Industry knows that it needs defense to define that requirement for them. And academia is recognized as that sort of ideas, innovation, and capability generator. There are challenges in this. Defense and industry naturally work fairly well together. Defense often employs a retired military personnel. And so that part of the triangle works pretty well. Defense often makes the mistake of assuming that academia is just another subset of industry. And that creates problems because academia is not. Academia has a different culture. It has a different set of incentives. It is oriented differently. Academics, their careers progress in a unique way, separate from the military or from industry. And so part of what I do is actually bring industry, academia, and defense together to actually learn more about one another. And to often they discover that they have made assumptions that are not correct. And they discover a deep respect for what one another is doing, which then leads to a better environment for solving problems together. So that's kind of how I see that. The government has set up funding instruments which encourage and incentivize industry, academia, and the services to work together. There are two funds, excuse me. One is called the Next Generation Technology Fund. The other is called the Defense Innovation Hub. They are focused, one is focused on fundamental research. The other is focused more on higher technical readiness level, sort of prototyping with industry. But they are all designed to force government, defense, government, industry, and academia to build teams that are complementary in order to win the grants. And the grants are big. These two funds together have $2 billion allocated for research over the next 10 years. So I've learned in my time at the University of New South Wales that never get in the way of a researcher and a bag of money, because what really attracts researchers is the ability to be funded to do what they are passionate about. So that's kind of how that's working. How do you assure and communicate the Defense Strategic Update Infrastructure Plan can be aligned with national interest? Well, it already is aligned with the national interest because it's a government document. These are Government of Australia policy documents. So I guess I would say that these policy documents, the language and the intent are very clear, and they are very welcome. The magic, if I can use that word, is in turning the intent into accelerated output. And I'm not sure what it's like in Indonesia, but in Australia, there is still too much of a challenge moving through the processes of identifying a requirement, doing sort of the options analysis, working with industry, getting into a contract, manufacturing, and putting out capability. The way it is working in Australia, like in other countries in the world, like Canada, for example, is that the translation of ideas and research to leading edge, disruptive, war-winning capability in our ships, for example, is insufficient to need. In other words, we need the capability now. At the very least, we need the capability in this decade. But the processes, the way they are currently geared, may not deliver those capabilities in time, especially given the rate at which the threat is evolving in the Indo-Pacific region. So that is an ongoing conversation, and the universities are contributing as best we can to that national dialogue.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. For the next question, it comes from one of our students. It's from Captain Anton. It's one of our magister student here in New Zealand Naval Technology College. So the time is yours, Mr. Anton. Could you please?
I am Anton Nugroho, Lieutenant Navy. I am the student of the Naval Technological College, postgraduate student of Naval Technological College. My dear Professor Madison, I'm so wondered about your presentation today, and really I can get some point by your presentation. That's about really in the defense strategic, defense industrial is influenced by the geopolitical, geographic threat, and also the geostrategic itself. By the dynamical development situation. Especially, we know that Australia in Indo-Pacific area, and then we know that nowadays there is any conflict in South China Sea, and then like all of this, like it will influence it, some many countries around the Indo-Pacific countries. My question, my dear professor, how big is the influence by this kind of condition with your, your acceleration, especially for the different institute of the UNSW. And my second question is about, we know that every single technology has harm and the beneficial. Absolutely, that we know, for example, the atom nuclear technology has a very advantage for some development country, but it's very harmed by the developing country, especially in that cannot develop well. And my question is about the weakness of the every single technology. How do you prepare? How do you reduce about the effect by your research? Because as we know that it can happen any incident if we can optimize about that this kind of the single technology. Thank you.
Kan terkadang kalau membuat kuesioner nggak hanya variabel laten ya, Pak.
Right. So thank you for your question, and thank you for listening so closely. I wish you and your colleagues best of luck on your course. I'm sure you're looking forward to getting back to sea soon. So if I understand you correctly, you were asking about how the geostrategic environment contributes to how the university is accelerating research. And if that indeed is your question, I guess my answer would be that things have changed over the last few years in Australia. Universities were very much engaged in defense research, but it was not the highest priority. I mean, at my university, the University of New South Wales is a world-leading medical and health science research university, world-leading climate science. There's a number of disciplines which are very active across the university. But the national conversation around foreign interference, around economic coercion, around the need to take national defense and security more seriously, perhaps now than any time since the Second World War. These messages have not been lost on universities. And universities, first and foremost, are committed to contributing to the societies in which they sit. So that's why the University of New South Wales has set up the Defense Research Institute. I'm the first director, and that's why we are increasingly focusing on contributing to defense research. Obviously, there's an opportunity as well, given the government has committed so much resources to developing new capability. I'm not sure I fully understood your second question. So I unless the moderator can rephrase it for me, I think perhaps we'll move on.
My apologies, Professor. If you don't mind, can we move to the next question?
Yeah.
All right. So the next question is from Indonesian Navy Command and Staff College. It's from Mr. Salim. So his question is that, what is the maritime security challenge in the emerging Indo-Pacific geopolitics? And what is the opportunities for cooperation in the region? Some of the region, they have already like key maritime issues, like in Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, and Oceania. So what would be your opinion about this?
Okay, so this is a really good question. I'll start by saying that I think that the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea was the most important treaty of the 20th century. Because of what it did was regulate a global system for free and open maritime trade. And what that did was allow nations to grow economically, to become prosperous, to trade goods and services. 90% of global trade by volume being exchanged at sea. By ignoring UNCLOS and by militarizing the South China Sea and by making a claim over a huge area through which so much of global commerce moves between Northeast Asia, through the Straits of Malacca, off your shore, and across the Indian Ocean. The Chinese Communist Party has generated unnecessary tension in the region, and in doing so has raised questions about what is the end game, what is the real strategic intent of China, and how will that impact upon maritime nations like Indonesia and Australia? How will that adversely impact upon our unimpeded ability to trade? That's one challenge. Another challenge is around climate change and ocean acidification and ocean's health, and what that means in terms of fish stocks, and the ability and the fish protein that is absolutely critical to feeding the large coastal populations in our region. So there are obviously regulatory agencies around fishing, including how folks behave in economic exclusive zones. And so we need to be able to collaborate to ensure that that system remains fair and that nations have equitable access and do not overfish. Climate change also brings a sea level rise and increasing risks of catastrophic climate events, which you are only too familiar with, as am I. And the Category 5 cyclones, the sea level rise in low-lying island nations, this has the potential to generate pressures around mass migration, around failure of critical infrastructure, around compromises of agricultural output, all of which leads in aggregate potentially to civilian unrest and pressures which could put pressures on borders and lead to conflict. Another example is in the great rivers that flow from the Himalayas. For instance, the Mekong, as it makes its way down through China and to Vietnam, this great river is compromised almost at its source. And so this potentially will have an impact on the lives of the millions who depend upon the Mekong for their survival in terms of agricultural output, fishing, etc. So these are all areas that have the potential to generate a need for navies like ours to stand together at sea, side by side, and cooperate, whether it's around responding to a disaster in a maritime setting, whether it's maritime interdiction, for example, around the UN sanctions on North Korea, or whether it's showing a resolve that there are certain behaviors from large regional actors that we will resist, and hopefully, if Australia and Indonesia and Japan and the United States and India, et cetera, if we were to stand together at sea through the various exercises that we do and perhaps deployments, we can send a very strong signal together that we won't be divided through bilateral relationships with larger powers, that there is a real strength in how we stand together. India, Indonesia, Japan, Vietnam, for example. I've just mentioned 4 countries with extraordinary economic weight and strategic significance, which, if they would to come, that all 4 were standing side by side, with the United States and Australia and others, clearly that would send a very strong signal, and it would help to moderate certain behaviors that we believe, and I'm sure you agree, are just unacceptable in terms of the democracies that we so deeply believe in. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Would you mind if I read one more question for you?
Yes, please.
So actually, there are so many questions in our chat room at this moment, but unfortunately, my apologies as well for the attendees. We cannot read all of them due to the restricted time. So if you don't mind, Professor, probably I'm just gonna read one more question, and we're gonna move to another speaker. The next question comes from Miss Dara Sandrina Sevo. She's from Bina Nusantara University. So she wants to know what are the industrial-based issues that need to be considered in any defense strategy, Professor?
Sorry, say again. What are the industry?
So she wants to know what are the industrial-based issues that need to be addressed or need to be considered in any defense strategy.
Good question. So, one of the fundamental questions is, as a country, do you deliberately develop a sovereign defense industry with the ability to generate sovereign capabilities? So, for example, designing and building your own warships, designing and high-speed weapons, a sovereign ammunition manufacturing capability. One of the things that has come out during the global pandemic is the pressure on the global supply chain that was disrupted so significantly, and many of those disruptions actually could profoundly affect the national interest. So in Australia, for example, much of the equipment is bought offshore. So Spanish frigates, French submarines, American F-35s, Spanish LHDs, the list goes on and on. Standard missiles, American torpedoes. So, and the major companies that are here in Australia are all regional companies that represent larger British, French, American, Swedish, German companies. So a big question is around defense industry is how much of that do you want to be able to be kind of controlled and owned by employing nationals and driving capability development. Here in Australia, there's a real drive now towards a more sovereign capability. So there's a sovereign program emerging around high-speed weapons. There is a sovereign program emerging around space capability from design to build to integrate to launch of an orbit of space-based defense capability. I think that's a good thing. And so that's important. The industry has to be sustainable. And so there actually has to be a good mechanism by which resources are allocated equitably in a fair, competitive environment for the best companies to win, to deliver the best capability. And it's not just the primes. It's not just the big companies like Boeing and BAE and Lockheed Martin and Saab, et cetera. It's also focusing on incentives that help small and medium enterprises to grow, to develop their confidence, to employ and attract new young people into the defense sector so that it can organically grow. So from a government perspective, it's how does a government set the conditions that attracts more people into defense industry, and then sets the conditions for new businesses to spin off. I didn't mention this, but at the University of New South Wales, we have new companies that spin off regularly. So a researcher will be doing something, let's say in passive acoustics, and will develop a new idea, a new technology. They will patent the technology. They will create a company that actually started at the university, and we will help that company to spin up. We will attract government investment, and someday that company could become a large company, employing, who knows, 500 people or more. And I guess the last thing I would say in response to your very good question is, at the end of the day, defense industry is only as good as the people that it attracts. If you talk to any chief executive in a defense company in Australia today and ask them what is their biggest concern, it is how do they find and recruit and attract the talent they need to grow the company into the opportunities that are being presented by the government, by the Australian Defence Force. There is a critical shortage of engineers in this country. Maybe there's a critical shortage of engineers in Indonesia. But just generating engineers is a challenge. Generating engineers who want to be part of the defense sector is even harder. And how do you attract girls and women increasingly into the defense industry base? I have friends who are chief executives who are women. They are amazing people, amazing leaders, and they set such good examples. But going back to what I said about defense being an instrument of national power, well, a huge instrument of national power are women. And we need to attract the best and brightest young women, and not only into uniform, but into the defense industry, and to continue to accelerate towards delivering the capability we need.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm pretty sure that we all agree that it is interesting to know how Defense Research Institute works on translating world-class research into defense capabilities. And it's also amazed us how UNSW answers these challenges and translate it into the 8-star shots into feasible research. Once again, thank you so much, Admiral Madison, for your time. Thank you for your materials as well. I hope that this we can build a long life-term relationship and we can do something together in the future, Admiral.
Well, now that we have you as an alumnus, we have every good reason to keep the conversation going. So thank you all for your attention. It's been a real privilege, and I wish you every success with the remainder of your conference.
Thank you so much, Professor. Have a good day. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next schedule, we will have another inspiring speech from our fourth speaker, Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono. Professor Trilaksono is a graduate bachelor of Bandung Institute of Technology with a major of electronics engineering in 1986. Not long after that, he pursued his master and doctoral degree for the same major in Waseda University, Japan, and graduated in 1991 and 1994 respectively. Currently, Professor Trilaksono holds responsibilities as the Director of Advanced Robotic Laboratory and a professor in the School of Electronics Engineering and Informatics, Bandung Institute of Technology. Besides that, he leads the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force for COVID-19 detection under the coordination of the Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology. Professor Trilaksono, decorating his academic career with many achievements. He is one of the founders for the Artificial Intelligence Center at Bandung Institute of Technology, member of redactional boards for Journal of Intelligent Unmanned System, International Journal of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, Journal of ICT Research Application, Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, Association of Computing Machinery, and Research Fellows of University of New South Wales, Australia. Some of his awards are 2004 Torrey Science and Technology Award and 2019 Distinguished Researcher of Bandung Institute of Technology. With research focuses on artificial intelligence, robotic and control, he has been investigating and developing autonomous underwater glider and autonomous underwater vehicle for ocean exploration within the last few years. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Bambang Rianto Trilaksono.
Thank you, moderator. Can you see my slide?
Yes, Professor. We can see it, but in a small slides up. That will be better, Professor. Thank you so much.
So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to deliver my talk in this wonderful event. So my talk today is about the development that we recently did around the underwater robot for ocean exploration and surveillance. So this is the agenda of my talk. First, I would like to talk about the Indonesian ocean potentials and challenges. Then I moved to robotics technology. And I would like also to talk about the underwater robots and design issues. And followed by a brief discussion on underwater robot types and its application. Then I moved to underwater robot technology and some recent developments in this area. So as a maritime country, we all aware that Indonesia has a vast area of sea and wealth. But we also have a challenge in regard, for example, in terms of security, illegal fishing, and others. We also aware of the potentials that we have in our sea, and there is an opportunity for deploying underwater robot in our sea. And this can be applied not only for the civilian application, but also in defense. Therefore, research and innovation on underwater robot is certainly required. So current ocean surveillance technology is based on a coastal radar with the disadvantage of covering only restricted area and detection on ocean surface. There are another technology that is used for the surveillance application. That is the buoy for maritime surveillance. It has a wider coverage, but require large, the disadvantage is that require large number of units and systems, and there is a risk of vandalism. Another technology is using the survey shape of vessel combined with the remotely operated vehicle. But this solution has a high cost. There is also concern about the safety of required divers. The coverage of the rough certainly depend on the carrier shape or vessel. And there is another disadvantage in terms of the power consumption. So the solution, one of the solution is to use the underwater autonomous glider. This is a kind of a robot that can glide in the ocean with the limited pathway that can travel a long distance, can reach up to thousands kilometers and can be operated months or can achieve until a year of operation on the sea. So as you may aware that a robot is a kind of a technology that can move and is basically is constructed by the integration of a sensor, actuator, software, mechanical equipments, electronics, and a way to control the actuator and in turn the movement of the robot. It can be operated in the air, such as a drone, on the ground. It can mimic a human or animal, but it can also be applied under the sea. So there are a number of types of underwater robot. The first one that I already mentioned is the remotely operated vehicle. This type of robot operates with the aid of the carrier vessel, and normally it is operated remotely by human with connected wires or cable. The second one is an autonomous underwater glider that can can produce a glide motion and can be operated autonomously. And it has a long period of time of operation and a wider coverage. The other types of robot is the autonomous underwater vehicle, which can be operated autonomously. It can have maneuver motion under the water. But there are a number of design issues in regard to designing and building an underwater robot. The first one is that the robot should be operated underwater, and it's certainly an extreme environment due to the current, wave, as well as the topography. High pressure, and of course underwater, the robot will experience very high pressure, limited fuel due to very few lights under the water. But it has also issues in regard to water leakage in the vehicle or in the body of the robot. There are another challenge in regard to limited communication under the water in comparison with those in coastal or in the air. And there is also another challenge of limited positioning and mapping, because GPS cannot be operated under water. So the first type of robot is remotely operated vehicle, which is operated by the human operator and connected to the carrier vessel through the cable. There are a number of sensors that can be installed on the ROV, including the camera, for example. Autonomous underwater glider can produce ascent and descent motion based on the buoyancy principle. And it can glide without the, basically without the thruster and as well as the propeller. It can operate long periods of operation time, and can travel 100 or 1,000 kilometers, and it requires very low energy consumption. On the video here is the prototype of underwater glider that I and my team is developing over the last 3 years. There are many applications of autonomous underwater glider, which of course depend on the sensor payload that we install, and also the algorithms in which we develop. For example, it can be applied for boundary surveillance for solving the issues of illegal fishing, illegal vessel. It can be also applied in oil and gas exploration, bathymetry mapping, ocean resource exploration, as well as oceanography, in which the the glider can measure the temperature and salinity profile, which is required by the oceanography agency. Autonomous glider also has been applied for ocean sampling, in which the robot is equipped with a number of sensors that measure the temperature, the salinity. It can also be used for measuring the chlorophyll, as well as the sea current and also sea depth. This figure illustrates the motion that is produced by the underwater glider. So the communication between the glider and the ground control station can be done by using the GPS or a coastal communication. But while it glides under the water, the sensor can measure everything it needs, such as temperature, salinity, chlorophyll, and others. This was already mentioned is the prototype that we developed for a couple of years, and it is designed to operate up to 200 meters. And the navigation and communication is based on GPS, inertial measurement unit, and radio, as well as the satellite.
Dengan cara gliding, yaitu bergerak zigzag melayang di dalam air menggunakan prinsip gaya apung dan perpindahan pusat massa. Dengan gerakan gliding, wahana ini dapat beroperasi dengan konsumsi daya yang rendah, sehingga daya jelajah yang tinggi, waktu operasi hingga 1 bulan, dan biaya operasional yang rendah merupakan keunggulan utama dari produk ini.
This is our product that was exhibited in one of the event, and this is a photograph of our underwater glider. This one is concerned with the data communication and instruments that we use in our autonomous glider. And
pengujian komunikasi.
Okay. So this videos shows you the test that we did on the pool, where the glider producing a glide motion. Okay, in terms of travel range, it can travel from a few kilometers up to 40,000 kilometers, and the depth, so it can be operated from surface up to 6,000 meters. The other technology or the types of robot is autonomous underwater vehicle. So in contrast to underwater glider, it is driven by a propulsion system, controlled and piloted by onboard computer. It can maneuver in 3 dimensions. so on. It has a commercial as well as military application. So this is the type of our autonomous underwater vehicle, which is basically a combination of autonomous underwater vehicle and autonomous glider. We also developed a ground control station and data communication in which we can operate the robot from the ground. And this is the user interface. And I'm not going into the detail of the technology, but basically we use a sensor, we use an onboard computer, and we also use an actuator in terms of a moving mass or using a control surface such as rudder, elevator, and so on. So this shows you about the architecture of the components in terms of the sensor, onboard computer, and actuator that usually be used in underwater robots. There are a number of software that usually be applied to underwater robot, including robotic operating system, mission-oriented operating suite, which was originally developed by the MIT, and a custom software. This is a number of well-known underwater glider and underwater autonomous vehicle. We believe that in the future, there will be a need for collaboration between autonomous systems, which include the autonomous underwater vehicle, maybe also in collaboration with aerial autonomous vehicle or drone. And there is also research and development on developing the underwater robot that mimics an animal on the sea, such as fish, for example, with the aim to produce the effective motion. There is also a trend in developing a compact and small size of glider on autonomous underwater vehicle, so that it can be carried by a human or a person. So that's all my presentation. I'm looking forward for the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the interesting material you gave. It interests me, like how the ocean exploration has become more feasible and economic using the technology of autonomous vehicle. It's also interests me about how the technology can be used as ocean mapping as well. If we relate this into recent news, where 4 unknown sea gliders were found in Inuit waters, I assume that this can be seen as a threat and actually opportunity for us as well to study them and to use the same technology for our own interests. For the question and answer session, Professor, would you like it to be one by one or like several questions at once?
So can you read it for me, please?
If you don't mind, I will read one question at a time for you, Professor.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So our first question comes from Miss Nila Ardia Lintang Pramesti. So she wrote, dear professor, I want to know about robotic underwater robot that you have explained before. We know that the robotic always use a memory to save the data, especially for the information. If this robot or tools have been stolen by someone for the probably like broken or can be found or caught by other parties, how can we anticipate it? How can we save the data? Or maybe she also wrote, how can we prevent or how can we protect the data inside those vehicles, Professor?
Okay, thank you for the question. So it is custom in the development of the underwater robot and underwater glider to use the onboard computers with the memory. We also normally develop a data logging systems. For example, if our robot is equipped with a temperature sensor, so the temperature that is measured by the robot can be saved in memory on board. And for the underwater glider, for example, when it moved to the surface of the ocean, because it is equipped with the antenna, it can communicate with the ground control station, whether through the coastal communication system with radio communication systems or with a satellite. So when the autonomous robot or a glider appear on the surface, it can send the data that is logged during the robot operation under the sea. So this way we can for example display the data on the ground control station, for example, through the homepage or web. So that's in regard to the first question. The second question is basically similar to the first question, except that perhaps if we connect to the internet, a security system would also be applied. For example, using the encryption or the encryption, if that is deemed necessary.
Thank you, Professor. For the next question, we already have 2 live questions. So for the first chance, I will give it to Commander Bagus Jatmiko. He is one of our PhD candidate from the Indonesian Navy. He's studying in Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California. The time is yours, sir.
Thank you, moderator. I think I have to correct a little bit. It's not a PhD candidate, but it's still a PhD student right now. And I'm a student for the information science. This is, thank you for the presentation, Professor. I think I can relate very much with your presentation in the case of unmanned vehicle system, in the case that we should realize the urgency of the autonomous technology implementation in our maritime defense sector or naval technology. For this reason, I have two questions, actually. One is that I'm looking back to the operation model or triple helix innovation system that being brought by Professor Madison in the previous presentation. How far is the research conducted by ITB in this case has reached the defense implementation in a way that it's aligned with the research being conducted by military research, maybe taking example from STTAL or from the Polytechnic Angkatan Darat. And I would like to also, for my second question, to highlight the slide that you've been presented, the collaborative autonomous unmanned vehicle system, in a way that Naval Postgraduate School is conducting research with the similar topic, that we are trying to extend the influence of the research itself, not only in the continent of the United States, but also United States is trying to find what you may call as allegiance or friendly countries or other countries that willing to join, having a joint research with the Naval Postgraduate School, in the way that Naval Postgraduate School is focusing on the maritime or in defense aspect. So how would ITB respond if there's a offering or a proposal being given to ITB, and I'm not speaking about only to ITB, but other university and other institution, which in case interested in the development of research and in maritime defense, on having partnership or cooperation with the university outside ITB, or in this case, I would like to say directly the Naval Postgraduate School. Thank you very much, moderator.
Okay, so let me answer the first question. So the first question is in regard to the collaborative effort in terms of triple or quad helix. Fortunately, I was the vice rector for research and innovation from 2015 until 2019, and my responsibility is how to bring the research of the lecturer to be applied to society and industry. And one of our effort is to build the center for innovation and partnership in which we collaborate with a number of industry, including defense. And there is also a program that was launched by Minister of Research and Technology in the past that facilitate the commercialization of technology. So we often applied for this research grant. And we also kind of producing a spin-off company. There are a number of startups that are developed in the university, and some of them are already a spin-off to be an independent company. For example, there is a company that focus on autonomous underwater vehicle, in particular remotely operated vehicle. The company is called the Robo Marine with the with the help of the lecturer, but the fully run by the alumni of ITB. That company already produced some remotely operated vehicles that are currently used by the Navy. And the second question is regarding joint research. So I welcome the opportunity for a joint research and development between ITB and institution abroad, whether it is a university or a research center. As I mentioned, as a vice rector for research, innovation, and partnership, I also had a responsibility to link and to extend the network with other institutions nationally as well as internationally. For example, our joint research that was established recently between ITB and some Indonesian university with MIT under the MIT Indonesian Research Alliance is one form of our collaboration between ITB and Indonesian University and some university abroad. Thank you. So you can contact with me, and I can connect with a relevant research center or relevant group within ITB.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Trilaksono. I think I'll follow up what you have been discussed with Mr. Jatmiko. So I will contact him as well about your point of contact, sir.
I just want to add one thing that
yes.
We established Center for Defense Technology 3 or 4 years ago, and it became the Center for National Center of Excellence for Defense Technology. So I can connect the opportunity for a collaboration with this center.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. Because learning from history as well, Indonesian Naval Technology College cannot be like what we are now without the Bandung Institute of Technology. So I think it would be great for us to have to do something together in the future, sir. So our second live question will be delivered by Mr. Asad. So he is one of our students here. He studies at the magister level in Indonesian Naval Technology College. So Mr. Asad, please.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Asad Aris Mustafa, Lieutenant Engineering. Thank you for your amazing presentation, Professor Bambang. My dear professor, as we know, we have just got an accident, especially in our Indonesian naval submarine. In that accident, we have a problem in search and rescue about the submarine and also the crew because of our limitation. So far, we still need some help from another country. My question is it any possible for us to build underwater vehicle? It can be special robot to search the underwater object with the more distant than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you for a nice question. So in principle, the underwater robot can be used to search for submarine, the submarine that facing an accident. But I think the research and development is still, at least in my university, is still under development. So one area of the development of the underwater robot is to use it to search the certain object using forward-looking sonar as well as side scan sonar, where my master and doctoral students are now developing that technology in which the objects that are detected by the forward-looking sonar installed on the underwater robot is further process to detect what kind of object using machine learning algorithms, and trying, for example, to avoid the obstacle in front of the vehicle. So there is, I believe, it still takes time to reach the maturity of the technology in search of the marine submarine that face the accident. But we are looking forward to developing the robot that can search the intended object under the sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. That it explains the question very well. So the next question, I'll read it for you, Professor Bambang. It's from Commander Erpan Sahiri. He is one of the researchers here in Indonesian Naval Technology College. So it's similar with what I've said before, that the autonomous vehicle underwater, they collect data by using sensors and stuff. So what he asks is that how to protect those sensors from any kind of jamming of or disturbing kind of activities. And for the other side of the question is that, is there any possibility for us to disturb or to jam the autonomous underwater vehicle to collect the data? That's the question, Professor.
Yes, I believe there is a threat on jamming the underwater vehicle to, for example, to disturb the onboard computer as well as the sensor that is installed on the vehicle, which is almost similar with the jam that is generated, for example, and disturbing the drone. So I believe there's a technology that is developed to disturb the underwater vehicle. But for the moment, our development is not ready for anti-jamming.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
So actually, this kind of possibility in jam the data transfer, is it possible done underwater, or can it only be done when the sea glider on the surface of the sea, Professor?
Yes, because of the limited capability of data communication underwater, so the best solution for the moment is to transfer the data when the robot or the vehicle appear on the surface of the sea, so that we can use the radio antenna, for example, or satellite transceiver to transfer the data to the ground. So that is the best way for the underwater robot to send the data collected while under the sea. But there is also some research and development that is used, for example, acoustic technology for transferring data under the sea, but the range is very limited, and many issues is still have to be considered before it can be applied widely in the underwater technology. So does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you so much, Professor. So based on your explanation, what I can conclude is that the best way to disrupt or to the autonomous underwater vehicle is when it's on the surface and transferring the data, right?
Yeah.
So based on your experiment so far, is there anything that you might think we can do to probably to disturb or to disrupt the works of this autonomous vehicle while it's underwater, Professor?
Well, I have to say that around 40% of the deployed underwater vehicle is lost under the sea. I mean that it cannot be observed again, and it cannot be controlled again because the loss of communication between the ground control station and the vehicle. That is one area that has to be researched and to be done. The other is the jamming of the jamming effort by the enemy or other persons to the operation of the underwater vehicle. So we basically face two types of threats. One is the limited communication and capability of the underwater vehicle, and the other one is the disturbing effort by enemy or other people in the form of jamming.
Thank you so much, Professor. So I think that that's a good and there's a good explanation for you. And I think your answers and clarification are really appreciated. And as actually your time as well. So thank you so much, Professor Trilaksono. I believe that your answer, your clarification, and your materials become a wonderful closing for today's conference. And based on our discussion today, I will do some follow-ups between you and the previous question from Mr. Jatmiko. I'll do some follow-ups. I hope you don't mind with that. Once again, Professor Trilaksono, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your materials. And have a good day, Professor.
Thank you. I appreciate the invitation from the organizer to deliver my talk in this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Dear officials, speakers, and participants, from the speeches that we have heard today, there are some conclusions that I want to draw. They are, first, that complex and developing strategic environment at the regional and international level requires critical thinking and studies to adapt and to increase the potential for the benefit of the maritime development. The second that I can conclude is that the capability of mastering cutting-edge maritime technology has become an absolute necessity to advance our grand maritime vision. The third one is that the grand design in developing the capability and capacity of our maritime force should be based on the dynamics of the growing threat and also prioritize and includes the implementation of maritime science and technology. The fourth one is that the rapid technology development, whether it is nanotechnology, material science, solar cell, artificial intelligence, etc., requires qualified human resources with good ethics, so that the development itself doesn't outweigh the necessity of greener technology and our Earth's conservation. The fifth one is that the defense research is a crucial instrument for national power, and all stakeholders like university, industry, and defense itself must work together to achieve the goal. The last but not the least that I can conclude is that more than 80% of the ocean has never been mapped, explored, or even seen by humans. A far greater percentage of surfaces of the moon and the planet Mars have been mapped and studied than our own ocean floor has. Hence, a maritime mindset has to be nourished and passed on to our next generations. Ladies and gentlemen, what an exciting day we have been having so far. However, even good things must come to an end. On behalf of the Commander of the Indonesian Naval Technology College, the Director of System Analysis and Operation Research Postgraduate Study, and the Webinar Steering Committee, I would like to thank you to our keynote speaker, the Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Navy, Admiral Yudo Margono, SEMM, as well as to our outstanding 4 speakers, Professor Paul Madison, Professor Jeffrey Klein, Professor Bambang Rianto Triaksono, and Professor Miftahul Huda for the excellent speeches, presentations, and knowledge they have shared. Our appreciation as well goes to the honorable officials, excellencies, officers, partners, guests, and all participants. I believe that what we have today will contribute positively to our knowledge and to the development of our maritime environment. We would like to wish you to have a wonderful day, stay safe and healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. May peace be upon us all.
There goes my heart beating, 'cause you are the reason I'm losing my sleep. Please come back now. There goes my mind racing, and you are the reason that I'm still breathing. I'm hopeless now. I climb every mountain and swim every